Section 0 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. Our New Neighbors at Ponkapog by Thomas Bailey Aldrich. When I saw the little house building, an eighth of a mile beyond my own, on the old Bay Road, I wondered who were to be the tenants. The modest structure was set well back from the road, among the trees, as if the inmates were to care nothing whatever for a view of the stylish equipages which sweep by during the summer season. For my part, I like to see the passing, in town or country, but each has his own unaccountable taste. The proprietor, who seemed to be also the architect of the new house, superintended the various details of the work with an assiduity that gave me a high opinion of his intelligence and executive ability, and I congratulated myself on the prospect of having some very agreeable neighbors. It was quite early in the spring, if I remember, when they moved into the cottage. A newly married couple, evidently, the wife very young, pretty, and with the air of a lady; the husband somewhat older, but still in the first flush of manhood. It was understood in the village that they came from Baltimore, but no one knew them personally, and they brought no letters of introduction. For obvious reasons, I refrained from mentioning names. It was clear that, for the present at least, their own company was entirely sufficient for them. They made no advance toward the acquaintance of any of the families in the neighborhood, and consequently were left to themselves. That apparently was what they desired, and why they came to Ponkapog; for after its black bass and wild duck and teal, solitude is the chief staple of Ponkapog. Perhaps its perfect rural loveliness should be included, lying high up under the wing of the blue hills, and in the odorous breath of pines and cedars. It chances to be the most enchanting bit of unlaced, disheveled country within 50 miles of Boston, which, moreover, can be reached in half an hour's ride by railway. But the nearest railway station, Heaven be praised, is 2 miles distant, and the seclusion is without a flaw. Ponkapog has 1 mail a day. 2 mails a day would render the place uninhabitable. The village. It looks like a compact village at a distance, but unravels and disappears the moment you drive into it, has quite a large floating population. I do not allude to the perch and pickerel in Ponkapog Pond. Along the old Bay Road, a highway even in the colonial days, there are a number of attractive villas and cottages straggling off toward Milton, which are occupied for the summer by people from the city. These birds of passage are a distinct class from the permanent inhabitants, and the two seldom closely assimilate unless there has been some previous connection. It seemed to me that our new neighbors were to come under the head of permanent inhabitants. They had built their own house, and had the air of intending to live in it all the year round. "Are you not going to call on them?" I asked my wife one morning. "When they call on us," she replied lightly. "But it is our place to call first, they being strangers." This was said as seriously as the circumstance demanded, but my wife turned it off with a laugh, and I said no more, always trusting to her intuitions in these matters. She was right. She would not have been received, and a cool "not at home" would have been a bitter social pill to us if we had gone out of our way to be courteous. I saw a great deal of our neighbors, nevertheless. Their cottage lay between us and the post office, where he was never to be met with by any chance, and I caught frequent glimpses of the two working in the garden. Floriculture did not appear so much an object as exercise. Possibly it was neither, Maybe they were engaged in digging for specimens of those arrowheads and flint hatchets which are continually coming to the surface hereabouts. There is scarcely an acre in which the plowshare has not turned up some primitive stone weapon or domestic utensil, disdainfully left to us by the red men who once held this domain, an ancient tribe called the Punkypogs, a forlorn descendant of which, one Polly Crowd, figures in the annual Blue Book, down to the close of the Southern War, as a state pensioner. At that period she appears to have struck a trail to the happy hunting grounds. I quote from the local historiographer. Whether they were developing a kitchen garden or emulating Professor Schliemann at Mycenae, the newcomers were evidently persons of refined musical taste. The lady had a contralto voice of remarkable sweetness, although of no great compass, and I used often to linger of a morning by the high gate and listen to her executing an arietta, conjecturally at some window upstairs, for the house was not visible from the turnpike. The husband, somewhere about the ground, would occasionally respond with 2 or 3 bars. It was all quite an ideal Arcadian business. They seemed very happy together, these two persons, who asked no odds whatever of the community in which they had settled themselves. There was a queerness, a sort of mystery about this couple which I admit piqued my curiosity, though as a rule I have no morbid interest in the affairs of my neighbors. They behaved like a pair of lovers who had run off and got married clandestinely. I willingly acquitted them, however, of having done anything unlawful, for, to change a word in the lines of the poet, it is a joy to think the best we may of humankind. Admitting the hypothesis of elopement, there was no mystery in their neither sending nor receiving letters. But where did they get their groceries? I do not mean the money to pay for them. That is an enigma apart. But the groceries themselves. No express wagon, no butcher's cart, no vehicle of any description was ever observed to stop at their domicile. Yet they did not order family stores at the sole establishment in the village, an inexhaustible little bottle of a shop which, I advertise it gratis, can turn out anything in the way of groceries, from a hand saw to a pocket handkerchief. I confess that I allowed this unimportant detail of their menage to occupy more of my speculation than was creditable to me. In several respects our neighbors reminded me of those inexplicable persons we sometimes come across in great cities, though seldom or never in suburban places, where the field may be supposed too restricted for their operations, persons who have no perceptible means of subsistence, and manage to live royally on nothing a year. They hold no government bonds. They possess no real estate. Our neighbors did own their house. They toil not, neither do they spin, yet they reap all the numerous soft advantages that usually result from honest toil and skilful spinning. How do they do it? But this is a digression, and I am quite of the opinion of the old lady in David Copperfield who says, "Let us have no meandering." Though my wife had declined to risk a ceremonious call on our neighbors as a family, I saw no reason why I should not speak to the husband as an individual, when I happened to encounter him by the wayside. I made several approaches to do so, when it occurred to my penetration that my neighbor had the air of trying to avoid me. I resolved to put the suspicion to the test, and one forenoon, when he was sauntering along on the opposite side of the road, in the vicinity of Fisher's sawmill, I deliberately crossed over to address him. The brusque manner in which he hurried away was not to be misunderstood. Of course I was not going to force myself upon him. It was at this time that I began to formulate uncharitable suppositions touching our neighbors. and would have been as well pleased if some of my choicest fruit trees had not overhung their wall. I determined to keep my eyes open later in the season, when the fruit should be ripe to pluck. In some folks a sense of the delicate shades of difference between meum and tuum does not seem to be very strongly developed in the moon of cherries, to use the old Indian phrase. I was sufficiently magnanimous not to impart any of these sinister impressions to the families with whom we were on visiting terms, for I despise a gossip. I would say nothing against the persons up the road until I had something definite to say. My interest in them was, well, not exactly extinguished, but burning low. I met the gentleman at intervals, and passed him without recognition. At rarer intervals I saw the lady. After a while I not only missed my occasional glimpses of her pretty, slim figure, always draped in some soft black stuff with a bit of scarlet at the throat, but I inferred that she did not go about the house singing in her light-hearted manner as formerly. What had happened? Had the honeymoon suffered eclipse already? Was she ill? I fancied she was ill, and that I detected a certain anxiety in the husband, who spent the mornings digging solitarily in the garden, and seemed to have relinquished those long jaunts to the brow of Blue Hill, where there is a superb view of all Norfolk County, combined with sundry venerable rattlesnakes with 12 rattles. As the days went by it became certain that the lady was confined to the house, perhaps seriously ill, possibly a confirmed invalid. Whether she was attended by a physician from Canton or from Milton I was unable to say, but neither the gig with the large white allopathic horse nor the gig with the homeopathic sorrel mare was ever seen hitched at the gate during the day. If a physician had charge of the case, he visited his patient only at night. All this moved my sympathy, and I reproached myself with having had hard thoughts of our neighbors. Trouble had come to them early. I would have liked to offer them such small, friendly services as lay in my power, but the memory of the repulse I had sustained still rankled in me, so I hesitated. One morning my two boys burst into the library with their eyes sparkling. "You know the old elm down the road?" cried one. "Yes." "The elm with the hangbird's nest?" shrieked the other. "Yes, yes." "Well, we both just climbed up, and there's 3 young ones in it." Then I smiled to think that our new neighbors had got such a promising little family. End of Our New Neighbors at Ponkapog. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, February 2011.
Section 1 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is presented by Mark E. Majersic. My First Visit to Portland by Major Jack Downing. In the fall of the year 1829, I took it in my head I'd go to Portland. I had heard a good deal about Portland, what a fine place it was, and how the folks got rich there proper fast. And that fall there was a couple of new papers come up to our place from there, called the Portland Courier and Family Reader, and they told a good many queer kind of things about Portland and one thing and another, and all at once it popped into my head, and I up and told Father and says, I am going to Portland whether or no, and I'll see what this world is made of yet. Father stared a little at first, and said he was afraid I would get lost, but when he see I was bent upon it, he give it up, and he stepped to his chist and opened the till and took out $1, and he gave it to me, and he says Jack, this is all I can do for you, but go and lead an honest life, and I believe I shall hear good of you yet. He turned and walked across the room, but I could see the tears start into his eyes. And Mother sat down and had a hearty crying spell. This made me feel rather bad for a minute or two, and I almost had a mind to give it up. And then again Father's dream came into my mind, and I mustered up courage and declared I'd go. So I tackled up the old horse and packed in a load of axe handles and a few notions, and Mother fried me some doughnuts and put 'em into a box along with some cheese and sausages, and wrapped me up another shirt, for I told her I didn't know how long I should be gone. And after I got rigged out, I went round and bid all the neighbors goodbye and jumped in and drove off for Portland. Aunt Sally had been married 2 or 3 years before and moved to Portland, and I inquired round till I found out where she lived, and went there and put the old horse up and eat some supper and went to bed. And the next morning I got up and straightened right off to see the editor of the Portland Courier, for I knew by what I had seen in his paper that he was just the man to tell me which way to steer. And when I come to see him, I knew I was right, for soon as I told him my name and what I wanted, he took me by the hand as kind as if he had been a brother, and says he, "Mister," says he, "I'll do anything I can to assist you. You have come to a good town. Portland is a healthy, thriving place, and any man with a proper degree of enterprise may do well here. But," says he, "stranger," and he looked mighty kind of knowing, says he, "if you want to make out to your mind, you must do as the steamboats do." "Well," says I, "how do they do?" For I didn't know what a steamboat was any more than the man in the moon. "Why," says he, "they go ahead, and you must drive about among the folk here just as though you were at home on the farm among the cattle. Don't be afraid of any of them, but figure away, and I dare say you'll get into good business in a very little while. But," says he, "there's one thing you must be careful of, and that is not to get into the hands of those folks that trades up round Huckler's Row, for there's some sharpers up there. If they get a hold of you, would twist your eye teeth out in 5 minutes. Well, after he give me all the good advice he could, I went back to Aunt Sally's again and got some breakfast, and then I walked all over the town to see what chance I could find to sell my axe handles and things and to get into business. After I had walked about 3 or 4 hours, I come along towards the upper end of town, where I found there were stores and shops of all sorts and sizes. And I met a feller, and says I, "What place is this?" "Why, this," says he, "is Huckler's Row." "What," says I, "are these the stores where the traders in Huckler's Row keep?" And says he, "Yes." "Well then," I says to myself, "I have a pesky good mind to go in and have a try with one of these chaps and see if they can twist my eye teeth out. If they can get the best end of a bargain out of me, they can do what there ain't a man in our place can do. And I should just like to know what sort of stuff these here Portland chaps are made of." So I goes into the best-looking store among 'em, and I see some biscuits on the shelf, and says I, "Mister, how much you ax a piece for them 'ere biscuits?" "A cent apiece," says he. "Well," says I shan't give you that, but if you've a mind to, I'll give you 2 cents for 3 of 'em, for I begin to feel as though I would like to take a bite." "Well," says he, "I wouldn't sell 'em to anybody else so, but seeing it's you, I don't care if you take 'em." I knew he lied, for he never seen me before in his life. Well, he handed down the biscuits, and I took 'em and walked round the store a while to see what else he had to sell. At last says I, "Mister, have you got any good cider?" Says he, "Yes, as good as you ever see." "Well," says I, "what do you ax a glass for?" "2 cents," says he. "Well," says I, "seems to me I feel more dry than I do hungry now. Ain't you a mind to take these here biscuits again and give me a glass of cider?" And says he, "I don't care if I do." So he took and laid 'em on the shelf again and poured out a glass of cider. I took the cider and drinked it down, and to tell the truth, it was capital good cider. Then says I guess it's time for me to be a-going. And I stepped along towards the door, but says he, "Stop, mister. I believe you haven't paid me for the cider." Not paid you for the cider, says I. What do you mean by that? Didn't the biscuits that I give you just come to the cider? Oh, right, says he. So I started to go again, and says he, But stop there, mister. You didn't pay me for the biscuits. What? Says I. Do you mean to impose upon me? Do you think I am going to pay you for the biscuits and let you keep them too? Ain't they there now on your shelf? What more do you want? I guess, sir, you don't whittle me in that way. So I turned about and marched off and left the feller staring and scratching his head as though he was struck with a dunderment. Howsomever, I didn't want to cheat him, only just to show him it wasn't so easy a matter to pull my eye teeth out. So I called in next day and paid him 2 cents. This concludes my first visit to Portland. This LibriVox recording was presented by Mark E. Majersic of Twinsburg, Ohio.
Section 2 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. Wild Animals I Have Met by Carolyn Wells. The Lion. I've met this beast in drawing rooms, 'mong ladies gay with silks and plumes. He looks quite bored and silly too, when he's held up to public view. I think I like him better when, alone, I brave him in his den. The Bear. I never seek the surly bear, but if I meet him in his lair, I say, "Good day, sir, sir, good day," and then make haste to get away. It is no pleasure, I declare, to meet the cross, ill-natured bear. The Goose. I know it would be of no use to say I'd never met a goose. There are so many all around, with idle look and clacking sound, and sometimes it has come to pass I've seen one in my looking-glass. The Duck. This merry one with laughing eyes, not too sedate nor overwise, is best of comrades, frank and free, a clever hand at making tea, a fearless nature full of pluck. I like her well, she is a duck. The Cat. The cat's a nasty little beast. She's seen at many a fete and feast. She's spiteful, sly, and double-faced, exceeding prim, exceeding chaste. And while a soft, sleek smile she wears, her neighbor's reputation tears. The Puppy. Of all the animals I've met, the puppy is the worst one yet. Clumsy and crude, he hasn't brains enough to come in when it rains. But with insufferable conceit, he thinks that he is just too sweet. The Kid. Kids are the funniest things I know. Nothing they do but eat and grow. They're frolicsome, and it is said, they eat 10 cans and are not dead. I'm not astonished at that feat, for all things else I've seen them eat. End of Section 2. Wild Animals I Have Met by Carolyn Wells. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 3 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Ballade of the How-To Books by John James Davies. That time when learning's path was steep, and rocks and fissures marred the way, the few who dared were forced to creep, their souls oft quaking with dismay. The goal achieved, their hairs were gray, their bodies bent like shepherds' crooks. How blessed are we who run today, the easy road of how-to books. The presses groan and volumes heap, our dullness we no more betray. To know the stars or shear a sheep, to live on air or polo play, the trick is ours, or we may stray beneath the seas with science cooks, and sprint by some reflected ray the easy road of how-to books. Who craves the boon of dreamless sleep? Who bricks would make, sans straw or clay? Call spirits from the vasty deep, or weave a lofty living lay? Let him be heartened, jocund, gay, nor hopeless writhe on tenter-hooks. They meet no barriers who essay the easy road of how-to books. Envoy. The critic still will slash and slay poor hapless scribes in sanctum nooks. Lo, here's a refuge for their prey, an easy road of how-to books. End of A Ballade of the How-To Books. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 4 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. The Tree Toad by James Whitcomb Riley. "It's curious like," said the Tree Toad. "I've twittered for rain all day, and I got up soon, and I hollered till noon, but the sun, it blazed away, till I just climbed down in a crawfish hole, weary at heart and sick at soul. Dozed away for an hour, and I tackled the thing again, and I sung, till I knowed my lung was just about give in. And then, thinks I, if it don't rain now, there are nothing in singing anyhow. Once in a while some farmer would come a-driving past, and he'd hear my cry and stop and sigh, till I just laid back at last, and I hollered rain till I thought my throat would bust right open at every note. But I fetched her, oh, I fetched her, 'cause a little while ago, as I kinder set, with one eye shut, and a-singin' soft and low, a voice dropped down on my fevered brain, sayin', 'If you'll just hush, I'll rain.'" End of The Tree Toad by James Whitcomb Riley. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 5 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. The Hired Hand and Hauntings by E.O. Laughlin. The hired hand was Johnny's oracle. His auguries were infallible. From his decision there was no appeal. The wisdom of experienced age was his, and he always stood willing to impart it to the youngest. No question was too trivial for him to consider, and none too abstruse for him to answer. He did not tell Johnny to never mind or wait until he grew older, but was ever willing to pause in his work to explain things. Oracular qualifications were genuine. He had traveled. He had even been as far as the State Fair. He had read from Robinson Crusoe to Dick the Dead Shot, and more than all, and he had meditated deeply. The hired hand's name was Ep. Perhaps he had another name too, but if so, it had become rather obsolete. Far and wide he was known simply as Ep. Ep was generally termed a curious feller, and this characterization applied equally well to his peculiar appearance and his inquiring disposition. In his conformation, nature had evidently sacrificed her love of beauty to a temporary passion for elongation. Length seemed to be the central thought, the theme, as it were, upon which he had been composed. This effect was heightened by generously broad hands and feet, and a contrastingly abbreviated chin. The latter feature caused his countenance to wear in repose a decidedly vacant look, but it was seldom caught reposing, usually having to bear a smirk of some sort. Epp's position in the Winkle household was as peculiar as his personality. Nominally, he was a hired servant, but, in fact, from his own point of view at least, he was Mr. Winkle's private secretary and confidential adviser. He had been on the place ever since old Fan was a yearling, which was a long while, indeed, and he had come to regard himself as indispensable. The Winkles treated him as one of the family, and he reciprocated in truly familiar ways. He sat at the table with them, helped entertain their guests, and often accompanied them to church. In regulating matters on the farm, Mr. Winkle proposed, but Ep invariably disposed, in a diplomatic way, of course. And although his judgment may be based on false logic, the result was generally successful and satisfactory. But with all his good qualities and her attachment to her, however, Mrs. Winkle was not sure that Ep's moral status was quite sound, and she was inclined to discourage Johnny's association with him. As a matter of fact, she had overheard Johnny utter several bad words, of which Ep was certainly the prime source, but the mother's solicitude was of little avail when compared with Ep's Delphinian wisdom. Johnny would steal away to join Ep in the field at every chance, and the information he acquired at these secret seances was varied and valuable. It was Ep who taught him how to tell the time of day by the sun, how to insert a Dutchman in the place of a lost suspender button, how to make bird traps, and how to skin the cat. Ep initiated him into the mysteries of magic and witchcraft, and showed him how to locate a subterranean vein of water by means of a twig of witch hazel. Ep also confided to Johnny that he himself could stench the flow of blood or stop a toothache instantly, by force of a certain charm, but he could not tell how to do this because the secret could be imparted only from man to woman, or vice versa. Even the shadowy domain of spirits had not been exempt from Ep's investigations, and he related many a terrifying experience with haunts. Johnny was first introduced to the ghost world one summer night, when he and Ep had gone fishing together. "If you want to catch the big uns, always go in the night and the dark of the moon," said Ep, and his piscatorial knowledge was absolute. They had been fishing in silence for some time, and Johnny was nodding, when Ep suddenly whispered, "Let's go home, sonny. I think I see a haunt down yonder." Johnny had no idea what a haunt might be, but Ep's constrained manner betokened something dreadful. It was not until they had come within sight of home that Johnny ventured to inquire, "Say, Ep, what is a haunt?" "Huh? What's a haunt? Why, sonny, you mean to tell me you don't know what a haunt is?" "Not exactly. Something like wildcats, ain't they?" "Well, I'll be confounded. Wildcats, not by a long shot." And Ep broke into the soft chuckle which always preceded his explanations. They reached the orchard fence, and, seating himself squarely on the topmost rail, Ep began impressively. "Haunts is the remains of dead folks, more specially that's been assassinated, or that is killed, understand? They're kind o' like spirits, you know. After so long a time they take to coming back to the earth, a haunting the precise spot where they was murdered. They always come after dark, and different shapes they take on is surprising. I've seen haunts that look like sheep, and haunts that look like human persons. A lot of 'em you can't see a tall being invisible. No, for all we know, there may be a haunt sitting right here betwixt us this minute." With this solemn declaration, Johnny shivered and began edging closer to Ep, until restrained and appalled by the thought that he might actually sit on the unseen spirit by such movement. "But do they hurt people, Ep?" he asked anxiously. Deb gave vent to another chuckle. "No, not as you understand their ways," he observed sagely. "If ye let 'em alone and don't go foolin' around their hauntin' ground, they'll never harm ye. But don't ye never trifle with no haunt, sonny. I knowed a feller thought 'twas smart to hector him, and said he wasn't feared. Once he threw a rock at one." Here Eph paused. "What happened?" gasped Johnny. "In 1 year from that time," replied Eph gruesomely, "that there feller's cow was hit by lightnin'. In 3 year his hoss kicked him and busted a rib, and in 7 years he was a corpse." The power of this horrible example was too much for Johnny. "Did you reckon it's bedtime?" he suggested, trembling. Thenceforth, for many months, Johnny led a haunted life. Ghosts glowered at him from the cellar and garret. Spectres slunk at his heels. Phantoms flitted through the barn. Twilight teemed with horrors. And midnight, when he awoke at that hour, made of his bedroom a veritable Brocken. It was in vain for his parents to expostulate with him. Was one not bound to believe one's own eyes? And how about the testimony of the hired hand? A story in his reader told in verse and graphically illustrated of the boy named Walter, who, being alone on a lonesome highway one night, beheld a sight that made his blood run cold. The story acquired an abnormal interest for Johnny, while Walter, with courage resembling madness, marched straight up to the alleged ghost, then laughed gleefully to find it was a friendly guide-post. This was all very well, as it turned out. But what if it had been a sure enough ghost? Reflected Johnny. What if it had reached down with its long, snaky arms and snatched Walter up and run off with him in the dark, and no telling what, or it might have swooped straight up in the air with him. For ghosts can do that. Johnny resolved he would not take any chances. Friendly guideposts, which may turn out to be hostile spirits. Then there was a similar tale of the lame goose, and the one concerning the pillow in the swing, each intended, no doubt, to allay foolish fears on the part of children, but exercising an opposite and harrowing influence upon Johnny. End of The Hired Hand and Haunts by E. O. Loughlin. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Section 6 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. Maxioms by Carolyn Wells. Reward is its own virtue. The wages of sin is alimony. Money makes the mayor go. A penny saved spoils the broth. Of two evils, choose the prettier. There's no fool like an old maid. Make love while the moon shines. Where there's a won't, there's a way. Nonsense makes the heart grow fonder. A word to the wise is a dangerous thing. A living gale is better than a dead calm. A fool and his money corrupt good manners. A word in the hand is worth two in the ear. A man is known by the love letters he keeps. A guilty conscience is the mother of invention. Whosoever thy hands find to do, do with thy might. It's a wise child who knows less than his own father. Never put off till tomorrow what you can wear tonight. He who loves and runs away may live to love another day. End of Section 6. Maxioms by Carolyn Wells. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 7 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Criss. Garden Ethics by Charles Dudley Warner. I believe that I have found, if not the original sin, at least vegetable total depravity in my garden, and it was there before I went into it. It is the bunch, or joint, or snake grass, whatever it is called. As I do not know the names of all the weeds and plants, I have to do as Adam did in his garden, name things as I find them. This grass has a tender, beautiful stalk, and when you cut it down or pull up a long root of it, you fancy it is got rid of. But in a day or two it will come up in the same spot in half a dozen vigorous blades. Cutting down and pulling up is what it thrives on. Extermination rather helps it. If you follow a slender white root, it will be found to run under the ground until it meets another slender white root, and you will soon unearth a network of them with a knot somewhere, sending out dozens of sharp-pointed healthy roots, every joint prepared to be an independent life and plant. The only way to deal with it is to take 1 part hoe and 2 parts fingers and carefully dig it out, not leaving a joint anywhere. It will take a little time, say, all summer, to dig out thoroughly a small patch, but if you once dig it out and keep it out, you will have no further trouble. I have said it was total depravity. Here it is. If you attempt to pull up and root out sin in you which shows on the surface, if it does not show, you do not care for it. You may have noticed how it runs into an interior network of sins, and an ever-sprouting branch of these roots somewhere, and that you cannot pull out one without making a general internal disturbance, and rooting up your whole being. I suppose it is less trouble to quietly cut them off at the top, say, once a week on Sunday, when you put on your religious clothes and face, so that no one will see them, and not try to eradicate the network within. Remark: this moral vegetable figure is at the service of any clergyman who will have the manliness to come forward and help me at a day's hoeing on my potatoes. None but the orthodox need apply. I, however, believe in the intellectual, if not the moral qualities of vegetables, and especially weeds. There was a worthless vine that, or who, started up about midway between a grape trellis and a row of bean poles, some 3 feet from each, but a little nearer the trellis. When it came out of the ground, it looked around to see what it should do. The trellis was already occupied. The bean pole was empty. There was evidently a little the best chance of light, air, and sole proprietorship on the pole, and the vine started for the pole and began to climb it with determination. Here was as distinct an act of choice, of reason, as a boy exercises when he goes into a forest and, looking about, decides which tree he will climb. And, besides, how did the vine know enough to travel in exactly the right direction, 3 feet, to find what it wanted? This is intellect. The weeds, on the other hand, have hateful moral qualities. To cut down a weed is, therefore, to do a moral action. I feel as if I were destroying a sin. My hoe becomes an instrument of retributive justice. I am an apostle of nature. This view of the matter lends a dignity to the art of hoeing which nothing else does, and lifts it into the region of ethics. Hoeing becomes not a pastime, but a duty, and you get to regard it so as the days and the weeds lengthen. Observation: nevertheless, what a man needs in gardening is a cast iron back with a hinge on it. The hoe is an ingenious instrument, calculated to call out a great deal of strength at a great disadvantage. The striped bug has come, the saddest of the year. He is a moral double-ender, iron-clad at that. He is unpleasant in 2 ways. He burrows in the ground so that you cannot find him, and he flies away so that you cannot catch him. He is rather handsome as bugs go, but utterly dastardly, in that he gnaws the stem of the plant close to the ground, and ruins it without any apparent advantage to himself. I find him on the hills of cucumbers. Perhaps it will be a cholera year, and we shall not want any. The squashes, small loss, and the melons, which never ripen. The best way to deal with a striped bug is to sit down by the hills and patiently watch for him. If you are spry, you can annoy him. This, however, takes time. It takes all day and part of the night, for he flieth in the darkness and wasteth at noonday. If you get up before the dew is off the plants, it goes off very early. You can sprinkle soot on the plant. Soot is my panacea. If I can get the disease of a plant reduced to the necessity of soot, I am all right. And soot is unpleasant to the bug. But the best thing to do is set a toad to catch the bugs. The toad at once establishes the most intimate relations with the bug. It is a pleasure to see such unity among the lower animals. The difficulty is to make the toad stay and watch the hill. If you know your toad, it is all right. If you do not, you must build a tight fence round the plants, which the toad cannot jump over. This, however, introduces a new element. I find that I have a zoological garden. It is an unexpected result of my little enterprise, which never aspired to the completeness of the Paris Jardin des Plantes. End of Garden Ethics. Recording by Marty Chris. Section 8 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Chris and Cheyenne Donnell. Music by Marty Chris. A Traveled Donkey by Bert Leston Taylor. But Buddy got no farther. The sound of music came to her ears, and she stopped to listen. The music was faint and sweet, with the sightful quality of an Aeolian harp. Now it seemed near, now far.
"What can it be?"
said Buddy. "Wait here and I'll find out," said Snowfeathers. He darted away and returned before you could count 50. "A traveling musician," he reported. "Come along, it's only a little way." Back he flew, with Buddy scrambling after. A few yards brought her to a little open place, and here was the queerest sight she had yet seen in this queer wood. On a bank of reindeer moss at the foot of a great white birch, a mouse-colored donkey sat playing a lute. Over his head, hanging from a bit of bark, was the sign, "While you wait, old saws reset." After the many strange things that Buddy had come upon in Queerwood, nothing could surprise her very much. Besides, as she never before had seen a donkey, or a lute, or the combination of a donkey and lute, it did not strike her as especially remarkable that the musician should be holding his instrument upside down and sweeping the strings with one of his long ears, which he was able to wave without moving his head a jot. And this it was that gave to the music its soft and furry-purry quality. The donkey greeted Buddy with a careless nod, and remarked as if anticipating a comment he had heard many times, "Oh, yes, I play everything by ear."
"Please keep on playing,"
said Buddy, taking a seat on another clump of reindeer moss. "I intend to," said the donkey, and the random chords changed to a crooning melody, which wonderfully pleased Buddy, whose opportunities to hear music were sadly few. As for the white blackbird, he tucked his little head under his wing and went fast asleep. "Well, what do you think of it?" asked the donkey, putting down the lute.
"Very nice, sir,"
answered Buddy enthusiastically, though she added to herself, "The idea of saying sir to an animal."
"Would you please tell me your name?"
she requested. The donkey pawed open a saddlebag, drew forth with his teeth a card, and presented it to Buddy, who spelled out the following: Professor Bray, tenore baritonale, teacher of singing, all methods, concerts and recitals. While Buddy was reading this, the donkey again picked up his instrument and thrummed the strings. "Did you ever see a donkey play a lute?" said he. "That's an old saw," he added.
"I never saw a donkey before."
"You haven't traveled much," said the other. "The world is full of them."
"This is the farthest I've ever been from home,"
confessed Buddy, feeling very insignificant indeed. And how far can that be? Buddy couldn't tell exactly.
But it can't be a great way,
She said.
I live in the log house by the lake.
Pooh, said Donkey. That's no distance at all. Buddy shrank another inch or two. I am a great traveler myself. All donkeys travel that can. If a donkey travels, you know, he may come home a horse. And to become a horse is, of course, the ambition of every donkey.
Is it?
Was all Buddy could think of to remark. What could she say that would interest a globe-trotter? Perhaps you have an old saw you'd like reset, suggested the donkey, still thrumming the lute strings. Buddy thought a moment.
There's an old saw hanging up in our woodshed.
She began, but got no farther. Ee-haw, ee-haw, laughed the donkey. Thistles and cactus, but that's rich. And he hee-hawed until the tears ran down his nose. Poor Buddy, who knew she was being laughed at but didn't know why, began to feel very much like crying and wished she might run away. Excuse the tears, said the donkey at last, recovering his family gravity. Didn't you ever hear the saying, a burnt child dreads the fire? Buddy nodded and plucked up her spirits. Well, that's an old saw, and you must have heard that other very old saw, no use crying over spilt milk. Another nod from Buddy. Here's my setting of that, said the donkey, and after a few introductory chords he sang. Oh, why do you cry, my pretty little maid, with a boo-hoo-hoo and a hey-ho? I've spilled my milk, kind sir, she said, and the cat said me-oh-my-oh. No use to cry, my pretty little maid, with a boo-hoo-hoo and a hey-ho. But what shall I do, kind sir, she said, and the cat said me-oh-my-oh. Why dry your eyes, my pretty little maid, with a boo-hoo-hoo and a hey-ho? Oh, thank you, sir, she said, and the cat said me-oh-my-oh. How do you like my voice? Asked the donkey in a tone that said very plainly, if you don't like it, you're no judge of singing. Buddy did not at once reply. A professional critic would have said, and enjoyed saying, that the voice was of the hit or miss variety, that it was pitched too high, all donkeys make that mistake, that it was harsh, rasping, and unsympathetic, and that altogether the performance was not convincing. Now, little one, although Buddy was not a professional critic, and neither knew how to wound or enjoyed wounding, even she found the donkey's voice harsh. But she did not wish to hurt his feelings. For donkeys have feelings, in spite of a popular opinion to the contrary, and, after all, it was pretty good singing for a donkey. Critics should not, as they sometimes do, apply to donkeys the standards by which nightingales are judged. So Buddy was able to say truthfully and kindly,
I think you do very well indeed.
It was a small tribute, but the donkey was so blinded by conceit that he accepted it as the greatest compliment. I ought to do well, he said. I've studied methods enough. The more methods you try, you know, the more of a donkey you are.
Oh, yes,
murmured Buddy, not understanding in the least. Yes, went the donkey. I've taken the Donkesi method, the Sobralia method, the Thistle-Fixu method.
I'm afraid I don't quite know what you mean by methods,
ventured Buddy. The donkey regarded her with a pitying smile. A method, he explained, is a way of singing ah. For example, in the Thistle-Fixu method, which I am at present using, I fill my mouth full of thistles, stand on one leg, take in a breath 3 yards long, and sing ah. The only trouble with this method is that the thistles tickle your throat and make you cough. And you have to spray the vocal cords twice a day, which is considerable trouble, especially when traveling as I always am.
I should think it would be,
said Buddy.
Won't you sing something else?
I'm a little hoarse, apologized the singer.
That's what you want to be, isn't it?
Said Buddy, misunderstanding him. Hee-haw! Laughed the donkey. Is that a joke? I mean, my throat is hoarse.
And the rest of you is donkey,
cried Buddy, who could see a point as quickly as anyone of her age. There's something to that, said the other thoughtfully. Now, if the hoarseness should spread...
And you became hoarse all over.
Why then...
Think
of another old saw, said the donkey, picking up the lute.
No, I don't believe I can remember any more old saws,
said Buddy, after racking her small brain for a minute or two. Pooh, said the donkey. They're as common as pass the butter, or some more tea, please. Ever hear fair words, butter, no parsnips? Buddy shook her head. The wolf does something every day that keeps him from church on Sunday? Again, Buddy shook her head. It is hard to shave an egg? Still another shake. A miss as good as a mile. You cannot drive a windmill with a pair of bellows? Help the lame dog over the stile? A handsaw is a good thing, but not to shave with? Nothing ventured, nothing have? Well, you haven't heard much for a fact, said the donkey contemptuously as Buddy shook her head after each proverb. I'll try a few more. There's no end to them. Ever hear, when the sky falls we shall all catch larks? Too many cooks spoil the broth?
I've heard that,
said Buddy eagerly. It's a wonder, returned the donkey. Well, I have a very nice setting of that. And he sang, Some said stir it fast, some said slow, some said skim it off, some said no, some said pepper, some said salt. All gave good advice, all found fault. Poor little Tommy trod it, couldn't eat it when he got it.
I like that,
said Buddy.
Oh, and I've just thought of another old axe. I mean, saw, if it is one. Don't count your chickens before they are hatched. Do you sing that?
One of my best, replied the donkey, and again he sang. 13 eggs, said Sammy Patch, are 13 chickens when they hatch. The hen gave a cluck, but said no more, for the hen had heard such things before. The eggs fall out from tilted pail and leave behind a yellow trail. But Sammy, counting as he goes upon his fingers, never knows. Oh, Sammy Patch, your arithmetic won't hatch a solitary chick.
I like that the best,
said Buddy, who knew what it was to tip over a pail of eggs and felt as sorry for Sammy Patch as if he really existed. It's one of my best, said the donkey. I don't call it my very best. Personally, I prefer look before you leap. You've heard that old saw, I dare say.
No, but that doesn't matter. I shall like it just as well, replied
Buddy. That doesn't follow, but this does, said the donkey, and once more he sang. A foolish frog one summer day, when splashing round in careless way, observed a man with large tin can, a manner most suspicious. I think I know, remarked the frog, a safer place than on this log, for when a man comes with the can, his object is malicious. Thus far the foolish frog was wise, but had he better used his eyes, he would have seen close by a lean old pike, his nose a-showing. Kersplash! The pike made just one bite. The moral I need scarce recite. Before you leap, just take a peep to see where you are going. Buddy, however, clung to her former opinion.
I like Sammy Patch the best.
That, rejoined the singer, is a matter of taste, as the donkey said to the horse who prefers hay to thistles. Usually the public likes the very piece the composer himself cares least about. So, wherever I go, I hear, 'Oh, Professor, do sing us that beautiful song about Sammy Patch.' And I can't poke my head inside the Thistle Club, but some donkey bawls out, 'Here's Bray! Now we'll have a song. Sing us Sammy Patch, old fellow.' Really, I've sung that song so many times I'm tired of the sound of it."
It must be nice to be such a favorite,
said Buddy. "Suppose we go up to the corner and see what's stirring," suggested the donkey with a yawn.
"Oh, are you going up to the corner too?"
cried Buddy.
"I am to meet the rabbit there at 2 o'clock. I hope it isn't late."
The donkey glanced skyward. "It isn't noon yet," said he.
"How do you tell time?"
inquired Buddy. "By the way it flies. Time flies, you know. You can tell a great many birds that way, too." As he spoke, the donkey put his lute into one of his bags and took down his sign. "You can ride if you wish," he offered graciously.
"Thank you,"
said Buddy, and leaving the white blackbird asleep on his perch, for as Buddy said, he was having such a lovely nap it would be a pity to wake him, they set off through the wood. It was bad traveling for a short distance, but presently they came out on an old log road, and along this the donkey ambled at an easy pace. On both sides grew wild flowers in wonderful abundance, but, as Buddy noticed, they were all of one kind, enchanter's nightshade. Buddy had also noticed when she climbed to her comfortable seat a peculiar marking on the donkey's broad back. It was bronze in color and in shape like a cross.
"Perhaps it's a strawberry mark,
she thought.
And he may not want to talk about it."
But curiosity got the better of her. "Oh, that!" said the donkey, carelessly in reply to a question. "That's a Victoria Cross. I served 3 months with the British Army in South Africa, and was decorated for gallantry in leading a charge of the Ambulance Corps. I shall have to ask you not to hang things on my neck. It's all I can do to hold up my head."
"Oh, excuse me,"
said Buddy, untying the sign, "Old Saul's Reset While You Wait." "Hang it around your own neck," said the donkey, and Buddy did so.
"I often wonder,"
she said,
"whether a horse doesn't sometimes get tired holding his head out of the end of his neck. And as for a giraffe, I don't see how he stands it."
"Well, a giraffe's neck runs out at a more convenient angle," said the donkey. "Still, it is tiresome without a check-rein. You hear a great deal about a check-rein being a cruel invention, but on the contrary, it's a great blessing. Now, a nose-bag is a positive outrage, and the more oats it contains, the more of an imposition it is. People have the queerest ideas." End of A Travel Donkey. Reading by Marty Chris and Cheyenne Donnell. Music by Marty Chris.
Section 9 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Selecting the Faculty by Baynard Rust Hall. Our Board of Trustees, it will be remembered, had been directed by the Legislature to procure, as the ordinance called it, teachers for the commencement of the State College at Woodville. That business, by the Board, was committed to Dr. Sylvan and Robert Carleton, the most learned gentlemen of the body, and of the New Purchase. Our honorable Board will be more specially introduced hereafter. At present we shall bring forward certain rejected candidates, that, like rejected prize essays, they may be published, and thus have their revenge. None can tell us how plenty good things are till he looks for them, and hence, to the great surprise of the committee, there seemed to be a sudden growth in a large crop of persons even in and around Woodville, either already qualified for the professorships, as we named them in our publication, or who could qualify by the time of election. As to the chair, named also in our publications, one very worthy and disinterested schoolmaster offered, as a great collateral inducement for his being elected, to find his own chair. A vast saving to the state, if the same chair I saw in Mr. Wackham's schoolroom. For his chair there was one with a hickory bottom, and doubtless he would have filled it, and even lapped over its edges, with equal dignity in the recitation room of Big College. The committee had at an early day given an invitation to the Rev. Charles Clarence, A.M., of New Jersey, and his answer had been affirmative, yet for political reasons we had been obliged to invite competitors, or make them, and we found and created a right smart sprinkle. Hopes of success were built on many things, for instance, on poverty, a plea being entered that something ought to be done for the poor fellow, on one's having taught a common school all his born days, who now deserved to rise a peg, on political or religious or fanatical partisan qualifications, and on pure patriotic principles, such as a person's having been born in a cane-brake and rocked in a sugar-trough. On the other hand, a fat, dull-headed, and modest Englishman asked for a place, because he had been born in Liverpool, and had seen the world beyond the woods and waters too. And another fussy, talkative, pragmatical little gentleman rested his pretensions on his ability to draw and paint maps, not projecting them in roundabout scientific processes, but in that speedy and elegant style in which the young ladies copy maps at first-chop boarding schools. Nay, so transcendent seemed Mr. Mercator's claims, when his show or sample maps were exhibited to us, that some in our board, and nearly everybody out of it, were confident he would do for professor of mathematics and even principal. But of all our unsuccessful candidates, we shall introduce by name only two, Mr. James Jimmy, A.S.S., and Mr. Solomon Rapid, A to Z. Mr. Jimmy, who aspired to the mathematical chair, was master of a small school of all sexes near Woodville. At the first he was kindly, yet honestly told his knowledge was too limited and inaccurate, yet, notwithstanding this and some almost rude repulses afterward, he persisted in his application and his hopes. To give evidence of competency, he once told me he was arranging a new spelling book, the publication of which would make him known as a literary man, and be an unspeakable advantage to the rising generation. And this naturally brought on the following colloquy about the work. "Ah, indeed, Mr. Jimmy?" "Yes, indeed, Mr. Carleton." "On what new principle do you go, sir?" "Why, sir, on the principle of nature and common sense. I allow school-books for schools are all too powerful obtruse and hard-like to be understood without exemplifying illustrations." "Yes, but, Mr. Jimmy, how is a child's spelling-book to be made any plainer?" "Why, sir, by clear explications of the words in one column, by exemplifying illustrations in the other." "I do not understand you, Mr. Jimmy. Give me a specimen." "Sir?" "An example." "To be sure. Here's a example. You see, for instance, I put in the spelling column cream, cream, and here in the explification column I put the exemplifying illustration, unctuous part of milk." We had asked at our first interview if our candidate was an algebraist, and his reply was negative, but he allowed he could qualify by the time of election, as he was powerful good at figures, and had ciphered clean through every arithmetic he had ever seen, the rule of promiscuous questions and all. Hence, some weeks after, as I was passing his door on my way to a squirrel hunt with a party of friends, Mr. Jimmy, hurrying out with a slate in his hand, begged me to stop a moment, and thus addressed me. "Well, Mr. Carleton, this algebra is a most powerful thing, ain't it?" "Indeed it is, Mr. Jimmy. Have you been looking into it?" "Looking into it? I've been all through this here first part, and by election time I allow I'll be ready for examination." "Indeed?" "Yes, sir, but it is such a pretty thing. Only to think of ciphering by letters. Why, sir, the sums come out and bring the answers exactly like figures. Just stop a minute. Look here. A stands for 6, and B stands for 8, and C stands for 4, and D stands for figure 10. Now, if I say A plus B minus C equals D, it is all the same as if I said 6 is 6, and 8 makes 14, and 4 subtracted leaves 10. Why, sir, I done a whole slate full of letters and signs, and afterward, when I tried by figures, they every one of them came out right, and brung the answer. I mean to cipher by letters altogether." "Mr. Jimmy, My company is nearly out of sight. If you can get along this way through simple and quadratic equations by our meeting, your chance will not be so bad. Good morning, sir." But our man of letters quit ciphering the new way and returned to plain figures long before reaching equations, and so he could not become our professor. Yet anxious to do us all the good in his power, after our college opened, he waited on me, a leading trustee, with a proposal to board our students, and authorized me to publish, as how Mr. James Jimmy will take students not belonging to Woodville, to board at $1 a week, and find everything washing included, and will black their shoes 3 times a week to boot, and give them their dogwood and cherry bitters every morning into the bargain. The most extraordinary candidate, however, was Mr. Solomon Rapid. He was now somewhat advanced into the shaving age, and was ready to assume offices the most opposite in character, although justice compels us to say Mr. Rapid was as fit for one thing as another. Deeming it waste of time to prepare for any station till he was certain of obtaining it, he wisely demanded the place first, and then set to work to become qualified for its duties, being, I suspect, the very man, or some relation of his, who is recorded as not knowing whether he could read Greek, as he has never tried. And besides, Mr. Solomon Rapid contended that all offices, from president down to fence viewer, were open to every white American citizen, and that every Republican had a blood-bought right to seek any that struck his fancy, and if the profits were less, or the duties more onerous than had been anticipated, that a man ought to resign and try another. Naturally, therefore, Mr. Rapid thought that he would like to sit in our chair of languages, or have some employment in the State College, and hence he called for that purpose on Dr. Sylvan, who, knowing the candidate's character, maliciously sent him to me. Accordingly, the young gentleman presented himself, and without ceremony instantly made known his business thus: "I heerd, sir, you wanted somebody to teach the State School, and I'm come to let you know I'm willing to take the place." "Yes, sir. We are going to elect a professor of languages who is to be the principal and a professor." "Well, I don't care which I take, but I'm willing to be the principal. I can teach ciphering, reading, writing, geography, surveying, grammar, spelling, definition, parson." "Are you a linguist?" "Sir?" "You, of course, understand the dead languages." "Well, can't say I ever seed much of them, though I have heerd tell of 'em. But I can soon larn them. They ain't more than a few of them, I allow." "Oh, my dear sir, it is not possible. We can't." "Well, I never seed what I couldn't larn, about as smart as anybody." "Mr. Rapid, I do not mean to question your abilities, but if you are now wholly unacquainted with the dead languages, it is impossible for you or any other talented man to learn them under 4 or 5 years." "Pshaw! Phoo! I'll bet I learn one in 3 weeks. Try me, sir. Let's have the first one first. How many are there?" "Mr. Rapid, it is utterly impossible, but if you insist I will loan you a Latin book." "That's your sort. Let's have it. That's all I want. Fair play." Accordingly, I handed him a copy of Historiae Sacrae, with which he soon went away, saying he "didn't allow it would take long to get through Latin, if 'twas only such a thin patch of a book as that." In a few weeks, to my no small surprise, Mr. Solomon Rapid again presented himself, and drawing forth the book, began with a triumphant expression of countenance: "Well, sir, I have done the Latin." "Done the Latin?" "Yes, I can read it as fast as English." "Read it as fast as English?" "Yes, as fast as English, and I didn't find it hard at all." "May I try you on a page?" "Try away, try away. That's what I've come for." "Please read here, then, Mr. Rapid," and in order to give him a fair chance I pointed to the first lines of the first chapter, viz: "In principio Deus creavit caelum et terram intra 6 dies. Primo die fecit lucem," etc. "That, sir?" And then he read thus: "In principio Deus creavit caelum et terram intra 6 dies. Primo die fecit lucem," etc. "That will do, Mr. Rapid." "Ah! Ha! I told you so." "Yes, yes. But translate." "Translate?" Eyebrows elevating. "Yes. Translate. Render it." "Render it? How's that?" Forehead more wrinkled. "Why, yes. Render it into English. Give me the meaning of it." Meaning? Staring full in my face, his eyes like saucers, his forehead wrinkled with the furrows of 80. Meaning? I didn't know it had any meaning. I thought it was a dead language. Well, reader, I am glad you are not laughing at Mr. Rapid, for how should anything dead speak out so as to be understood? And indeed, does not his definition suit the vexed feelings of some young gentlemen attempting to read Latin without any interlinear translation, and who inwardly, cursing both book and teacher, blast their souls if they can make any sense out of it? The ancients may yet speak in their own languages to a few, but to most who boast the honor of their acquaintance they are certainly dead in the sense of Solomon Rapid. End of Selecting the Faculty. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa. Section 10 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Little Orphant Annie by James Whitcomb Riley. Little Orphant Annie's come to our house to stay, and wash the cups and saucers up, and brush the crumbs away, and shoo the chickens off the porch, and dust the hearth, and sweep, and make the fire and bake the bread, and earn her board and keep. And all us other children, when the supper things is done, we set around the kitchen fire and has the mostest fun a-listenin' to the witch tales that Annie tells about, and the gobelins that get you ef you don't watch out. Once there was a little boy who wouldn't say his prayers, and when he went to bed at night away upstairs, his mammy heerd him holler, and his daddy heerd him bawl, and when they turnt the kivers down, he wasn't there at all, and they seeked him in the rafter room and cubby hole and press, and seeked him up the chimbly flue, and everywheres, I guess, but all they ever found was thist his pants around about, and the gobelins'll get you ef you don't watch out. And one time a little girl 'ud always laugh and grin, and make fun of everyone, and all her blood and kin, and onct when they was company, and old folks was there, she mocked 'em and shocked 'em, and said she didn't care. And thist as she kicked her heels and turnt to run and hide, they was two great big black things a-standin' by her side, and they snatched her through the ceilin' 'fore she knowed what she's about, and the gobelins'll get you ef you don't watch out. And little Orphant Annie says, when the blaze is blue, and the lamp wick sputters, and the wind goes woo, and you hear the crickets quit, and the moon is gray, and the lightnin' bugs in dew is all squenched away, you better mind your parents and your teachers fond and dear, and cherish them 'at loves you, and dry the orphant's tear, and help the poor and needy ones that clusters all about, or the gobelins'll get you ef you don't watch out. End of Little Orphant Annie. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa. Section 11 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Hans Breitmann's Party by Charles Godfrey Leland. Hans Breitmann gif a party. Dey had a piano playin'. I fell in lof mit American Frau. Her name was Matilda Jane. She had haar as brown as a pretzel. Her eyes was himmelblue. Und when dey looked into mine, dey split mine heart in two. Hans Breitmann gif a party. I went there, you'll be bound. I waltzet mit Matilda Jane, und went spinnen round und round. De pootiest Fraulein in die Haus, she weighed 'bout 200 pound, und every time she give a schump, she make de windows sound. Hans Breitmann give a barty, I tells you, it cost him dear. They rolled in more as 7 kecks of fust-rate lager beer. Und whenever they knocks de spigot in, die Deutschers gives a cheer. I dinks dat so fine a barty never come to a head this year. Hans Breitmann give a barty, der all was saus und braus. When de super coomed in, de company did make themselves to house. They ate das Brat and Gänsebrust, die Bratwurst and Braten fine, und washed der Abendessen down mit 4 perils of Neckarwein. Hans Breitmann give a barty, we all got drunk as pigs. I put mein mouth to a barrel of beer, und emptied it up mit de Schwigs. Und den I gist Madilde Jane, and she schlog me on de kop, und de company fitted mit Dappelecks, till de constable made us stop. Hans Breitmann give a barty, where ish dat barty now? Where ish de lovely golden cloud dat float on de mountain's brow? Where ish de Himmelstrablin stern, de star of de spirit's light? All gone dafay mit de lager beer, away in die Ewigkeit. End of Hans Breitmann's Party. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa. Section 12 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Rollo Learning to Read by Robert J. Burdett. When Rollo was 5 years young, his father came to him one evening. "Rollo, put away your roller skates and bicycle, carry that rowing machine out into the hall, and come to me. It is time for you to learn to read." Then Rollo's father opened the book which he had sent home on a truck and talked to the little boy about it. It was Bancroft's History of the United States, half complete in 23 volumes. Rollo's father explained to Rollo and Mary his system of education, with special reference to Rollo's learning to read. His plan was that Mary should teach Rollo 15 hours a day for 10 years, and by that time Rollo would be half through the beginning of the first volume, and would like it very much indeed. Rollo was delighted at the prospect. He cried aloud, "Oh, papa, thank you very much. When I read this book clear through, all the way to the end of the last volume, may I have another little book to read?" "No," replied his father, "that may not be, because you will never get to the last volume of this one. For as fast as you read one volume, the author of this history, or his heirs, executors, administrators, or assigns, will write another as an appendix. So, even though you should live to be a very old man, like the boy preacher, this history will always be 23 volumes ahead of you. Now, Mary and Rollo, this will be a hard task," pronounced task, "for both of you, and Mary must remember that Rollo is a very little boy, and must be very patient and gentle." The next morning, after the one preceding it, Mary began the first lesson. In the beginning she was so gentle and patient that her mother went away and cried, because she feared her little daughter was becoming too good for this sinful world, and might soon spread her wings and fly away to be an angel. But in the space of a short time the novelty of the expedition wore off, and Mary resumed running her temper, which was of the old-fashioned low-pressure kind just forward of the fire-box, on its old schedule. When she pointed to A for the 7th time, and Rollo said W, she tore the page out by the roots, hit her little brother such a whack over the head with the big book that it set his birthday back 6 weeks, slapped him twice, and was just going to bite him, when her mother came in. Mary told her that Rollo had fallen downstairs and torn his book and raised that dreadful lump on his head. This time Mary's mother restrained her emotion, and Mary cried. But it was not because she feared her mother was pining away. Oh no, it was her mother's rugged health and virile strength that grieved Mary, as long as the séance lasted, which was during the entire performance. That evening Rollo's father taught Rollo his lessons, and made Mary sit by and observe his methods because, he said, that would be normal instruction for her. He said, "Mary, you must learn to control your temper and curb your impatience if you want to wear low-neck dresses and teach school. You must be sweet and patient, or you will never succeed as a teacher. Now, Rollo, what is this letter?" "I don't know," said Rollo, resolutely. "That is A," said his father, sweetly. "Huh," replied Rollo, "I knowed that." "Then why did you not say so?" replied his father, so sweetly that Jonas, the hired boy, sitting in the corner, licked his chops. Rollo's father went on with the lesson. "What is this, Rollo?" "I dunno," said Rollo, hesitatingly. "Sure?" asked his father. "You do not know what it is?" "Nuck," said Rollo. "It is A," said his father. "A what?" asked Rollo. "A nothing," replied his father. "It is just A. Now, what is it?" "Just A," said Rollo. "Do not be flip, my son," said Mr. Holliday, "but attend to your lesson. What letter is this?" "I dunno," said Rollo. "Don't fib to me," said his father, gently. "You said a minute ago that you knew. That is N." "Yes, sir," replied Rollo, meekly. Rollo, although he was a little boy, was no slouch if he did wear bibs. He knew where he lived without looking at the doorplate. When it came time to be meek, there was no boy this side of the planet Mars who could be meeker, on shorter notice. So he said, "Yes, sir," with that subdued and well-pleased alacrity of a boy who has just been asked to guess the answer to the conundrum, "Will you have another piece of pie?" "Well," said his father, rather suddenly, "what is it?" "M," said Rollo, confidently. "N!" yelled his father, in three-line Gothic. "N," echoed Rollo, in lower-case nonpareil. "B-A-N," said his father. "What does that spell?" "Cat?" suggested Rollo, a trifle uncertainly. "Cat!" snapped his father, with a sarcastic inflection. "B-A-N, cat! Where were you raised? Ban! B-A-N, ban! Say it! Say it, or I'll get at you with a skate strap!" "B-A-M, banned," said Rollo, who was beginning to wish that he had a rain check and could come back and see the remaining innings some other day. "Ban!" shouted his father. "B-A-N, ban, ban, ban! Now say ban!" "Ban," said Rollo, with a little gasp. "That's right," his father said, in an encouraging tone. "You will learn to read one of these years, if you give your mind to it. All he needs, you see, Mary, is a teacher who doesn't lose patience with him the first time he makes a mistake. Now, Rollo, how do you spell B-A-N? Ban." Rollo started out timidly on C-A, and then changed to D-O, and finally compromised on H-E-N. Mr. Holliday made a pass at him with Volume 1, but Rollo saw it coming and got out of the way. "B-A-N!" his father shouted. "B-A-N! Ban, 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 ban! Now, go on, if you think you know how to spell that. What comes next? Oh, you're enough to tire the patience of Job. I've a good mind to make you learn by the Pollard system, and begin where you left off. Go ahead, why don't you? What are you waiting for? Read on. What comes next? Why, Croft, of course. Anybody ought to know that. C-R-O-F-T, Croft, Bancroft. What does that apostrophe mean? I mean, what does that punctuation mark between T and S stand for? You don't know? Take that, then. Whack. What comes after Bancroft? Spell it. Spell it, I tell you, and don't be all night about it. Can't, eh? Well, read it, then. If you can't spell it, read it. H-I-S-T-O-R-Y, history. Bancroft's History of the United States. Now, what does that spell? I mean, spell that. Spell it. Oh, go away. Go to bed. Stupid, stupid child," he added as the little boy went weeping out of the room. "He'll never learn anything so long as he lives. I declare he has tired me all out, and I used to teach school in Trivoli Township, too. Taught 1 whole winter in District No. 3, when Nick Worthington was county superintendent, and had my salary. Look here, Mary, what do you find in that English grammar to giggle about? You go to bed, too, and listen to me. If Rollo can't read that whole book clear through without making a mistake tomorrow night, you'll wish you hadn't been born without a back, that's all." The following morning, when Rollo's father drove away to business, he paused a moment as Rollo stood at the gate for a final good-bye kiss. For Rollo's daily good-byes began at the door and lasted as long as his father was in sight. Mr. Holliday said, "Some day, Rollo, you will thank me for teaching you to read." "Yes, sir," replied Rollo, respectfully, then added, "but not this day." Rollo's head, though it had here and there transient bumps consequent upon football practice, was not naturally or permanently hilly. On the contrary, it was quite level. Spell and define. Tact, imperturbability, ebullition, exasperation, red-hot, knout, lamb, philosopher, terrier. Which end of the rattan hurts the more? Why does reading make a full man? Is an occasional whipping good for a boy? At precisely what age does corporal punishment cease to be effective? And why? State in exact terms how much better are grown-up people without the rod than little people with it. And why? When would a series of good sound whippings have been of the greatest benefit to Solomon, when he was a godly young man or an idolatrous old one? In order to reform this world thoroughly, then, whom should we thrash, the children or the grown-up people? And why? If, then, the whipping post should be abolished in Delaware, why should it be retained in the nursery and the schoolroom? Write on the board in large letters the following sentence: If a boy 10 years old should be whipped for breaking a window, what should be done to a man 35 years old for breaking the 3rd commandment? End of Rollo Learning to Read. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 13 of Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Elizabeth Eliza Writes a Paper by Lucretia P. Hale. Elizabeth Eliza joined the Circumambient Club with the idea that it would be a long time before she, a new member, would have to read a paper. She would have time to hear the other papers read and to see how it was done, and she would find it easy when her turn came. By that time she would have some ideas, and long before she would be called upon, she would have leisure to sit down and write out something. But a year passed away and the time was drawing near. She had meanwhile devoted herself to her studies and had tried to inform herself on all subjects by way of preparation. She had consulted one of the old members of the club as to the choice of a subject. "Oh, write about anything," was the answer, "anything you have been thinking of." Elizabeth Eliza was forced to say that she had not been thinking lately. She had not had time. The family had moved, and there was always an excitement about something that prevented her sitting down to think. "Why not write on your family adventures?" asked the old member. Elizabeth Eliza was sure her mother would think it made them too public, and most of the club papers, she observed, had some thought in them. She preferred to find an idea. So she set herself to the occupation of thinking. She went out on the piazza to think. She stayed in the house to think. She tried a corner of the china closet. She tried thinking in the cars and lost her pocketbook. She tried it in the garden and walked into the strawberry bed. In the house and out of the house it seemed to be the same. She could not think of anything to think of. For many weeks she was seen sitting on the sofa or in the window, and nobody disturbed her. "She is thinking about her paper," the family would say, but she only knew that she could not think of anything. Agamemnon told her that many writers waited till the last moment, when inspiration came, which was much finer than anything studied. Elizabeth Eliza thought it would be terrible to wait till the last moment, if the inspiration should not come. She might combine the 2 ways. Wait till a few days before the last and then sit down and write anyhow. This would give a chance for inspiration, while she would not run the risk of writing nothing. She was much discouraged. Perhaps she had better give it up? But no, everybody wrote a paper. If not now, she would have to do it sometime. And at last the idea of a subject came to her. But it was as hard to find a moment to write as to think. The morning was noisy till the little boys had gone to school, for they had begun again upon their regular course with the plan of taking up the study of cider in October. And after the little boys had gone to school, now it was one thing, now it was another. The china closet to be cleaned, or one of the neighbors in to look at the sewing machine. She tried after dinner, but would fall asleep. She felt that evening would be the true time, after the cares of the day were over. The Peterkins had wire mosquito nets all over the house, at every door and every window. They were as eager to keep out the flies as the mosquitoes. The doors were all furnished with strong springs that pulled the doors to as soon as they were opened. The little boys had practiced running in and out of each door, and slamming it after them. This made a good deal of noise, for they had gained great success in making one door slam directly after another, and at times would keep up a running volley of artillery, as they called it, with the slamming of the doors. Mr. Peterkin, however, preferred it to flies. So Elizabeth Eliza felt she would venture to write of a summer evening with all the windows open. She seated herself one evening in the library, between 2 large kerosene lamps, with paper, pen, and ink before her. It was a beautiful night, with the smell of the roses coming in through the mosquito nets, and just the faintest odor of kerosene by her side. She began her work. But what was her dismay? She found herself immediately surrounded with mosquitoes. They attacked her at every point. They fell upon her hand as she moved it to the inkstand. They hovered, buzzing, over her head. They planted themselves under the lace of her sleeve. If she moved her left hand to frighten them off from one point, another band fixed themselves upon her right hand. Not only did they flutter and sting, but they sang in a heathenish manner, distracting her attention as she tried to write, as she tried to waft them off. Nor was this all. Myriads of June bugs and millers hovered round, flung themselves into the lamps and made disagreeable funeral pyres of themselves, tumbling noisily on her paper in their last unpleasant agonies. Occasionally one darted with a rush toward Elizabeth Eliza's head. If there was anything Elizabeth Eliza had a terror of, it was a June bug. She had heard that they had a tendency to get into the hair. One had been caught in the hair of a friend of hers, who had long, luxuriant hair. But the legs of the June bug were caught in it like fish hooks, and it had to be cut out, and the June bug was only extricated by sacrificing large masses of the flowing locks. Elizabeth Eliza flung her handkerchief over her head. Could she sacrifice what hair she had to the claims of literature? She gave a cry of dismay. The little boys rushed in a moment to the rescue. They flapped newspapers, flung sofa cushions. They offered to stand by her side with fly whisks, that she might be free to write. But the struggle was too exciting for her, and the flying insects seemed to increase. Moths of every description, large brown moths, small delicate white millers, whirled about her, while the irritating hum of the mosquito kept on more than ever. Mr. Peterkin and the rest of the family came in to inquire about the trouble. It was discovered that each of the little boys had been standing in the opening of a wire door for some time, watching to see when Elizabeth Eliza would have made her preparations and would begin to write. Countless numbers of door bugs and winged creatures of every description had taken occasion to come in. It was found that they were in every part of the house. "We might open all the blinds and screens," suggested Agamemnon, "and make a vigorous onslaught and drive them all out at once." "I do believe there are more inside than out now," said Solomon John. "The wire nets, of course," said Agamemnon. "Keep them in now." "We might go outside," proposed Solomon John, "and drive in all that are left, Then tomorrow morning, when they are all torpid, kill them and make collections of them." Agamemnon had a tent which he had provided in case he should ever go to the Adirondacks, and he proposed using it for the night. The little boys were wild for this. Mrs. Peterkin thought she and Elizabeth Eliza would prefer trying to sleep in the house. But perhaps Elizabeth Eliza would go on with her paper with more comfort out of doors. A student's lamp was carried out, and she was established on the steps of the back piazza, while screens were all carefully closed to prevent the mosquitoes and insects from flying out. But it was of no use. There were outside still swarms of winged creatures that plunged themselves about her, and she had not been there long before a huge miller flung himself into the lamp and put it out. She gave up for the evening. Still the paper went on. "How fortunate," exclaimed Elizabeth Eliza, "that I did not put it off until the last evening." Having once begun, she persevered in it at every odd moment of the day. Agamemnon presented her with a volume of synonyms, which was a great service to her. She read her paper in its various stages to Agamemnon first for his criticism, then to her father in the library, then to Mr. and Mrs. Peterkin together, next to Solomon John, and afterward to the whole family established. She was almost glad that the lady from Philadelphia was not in town, as she wished it to be her own unaided production. She declined all invitations for the week before the night of the club, and on the very day she kept her room with eau sucrée, that she might save her voice. Solomon John provided her with Brown's bronchial troches when the evening came, and Mrs. Peterkin advised a handkerchief over her head in case of June bugs. It was, however, a cool night. Agamemnon escorted her to the house. The club met at Anne Maria Bromwick's. No gentlemen were admitted to the regular meetings. There were what Solomon John called occasional annual meetings to which they were invited, when all the choicest papers of the year were re-read. Elizabeth Eliza was placed at the head of the room at a small table with a brilliant gas jet on one side. It was so cool the windows could be closed. Mrs. Peterkin, as a guest, sat in the front row. This was her paper as Elizabeth Eliza read it, for she frequently inserted fresh expressions. The Sun. It is impossible that much can be known about it. This is why we have taken it up as a subject. We mean the sun that lights us by day and leaves us by night. In the first place, it is so far off, no measuring tapes could reach it. And both the earth and the sun are moving about us that it would be difficult to adjust ladders to reach it if we could. Of course, people have written about it, and there are those who have told us how many miles off it is. But it is a very large number, with a great many figures in it, and though it is taught in most if not all of our public schools, it is a chance if any one of the scholars remembers exactly how much it is. It is the same with its size. We cannot, as we have said, reach it by ladders to measure it, and if we did reach it, we would have no measuring tapes large enough, and those that shut up with springs are difficult to use in high places. We are told, it is true, in a great many of the school books, the size of the sun, but again, very few of those who have learned the number have been able to remember it after they have recited it, even if they remembered it then. And almost all of the scholars have lost their school books, or have neglected to carry them home, and so they are not able to refer to them. I mean, after leaving school. I must say that is the case with me. I should say with us, though it was different. The older ones gave their school books to the younger ones, who took them back to school to lose them, or who have destroyed them when there were no younger ones to go to school. I should say there are such families. What I mean is, the fact that in some families there are no younger children to take off the school books. But even then they are put away on upper shelves, in closets or in attics, and seldom found if wanted, if then dusty. Of course, we all know of a class of persons called astronomers, who might be able to give us information on the subject in hand, and who probably do furnish what information is found in school books. It should be observed, however, that these astronomers carry on their observations always in the night. Now, it is well known that the sun does not shine in the night. Indeed, that is one of the peculiarities of the night, that there is no sun to light us, so we have to go to bed as long as there is nothing else we can do without its light, unless we use lamps, gas, or kerosene, which is very well for the evening, but would be expensive all night long. The same with candles. How, then, can we depend upon their statements, if not made from their own observation, I mean if they never saw the sun? We cannot expect that astronomers should give us any valuable information with regard to the sun, which they never see, their occupation compelling them to be up at night. It is quite likely that they never see it, for we should not expect them to sit up all day as well as all night, as, under such circumstances, their lives would not last long. Indeed, we are told that their name is taken from the word aster, which means star. The word is aster no more. This, doubtless, means that they know more about the stars than other things. We see, therefore, that their knowledge is confined to the stars, and we cannot trust what they have to tell us of the sun. There are other asters which should not be mixed up with these. We mean those growing by the wayside in the fall of the year. The astronomers, from their nocturnal habits, can scarcely be acquainted with them. But as it does not come within our province, we will not inquire. We are left, then, to seek our own information about the sun. But we are met with a difficulty. To know a thing, we must look at it. But how can we look at the sun? It is so very bright that our eyes are dazzled in gazing upon it. We have to turn away, or they would be put out, the sight, I mean. It is true, we might use smoked glass, but that is apt to come off on the nose. How, then, if we cannot look at it, can we find out about it? The noonday would seem to be the better hour, when it is the sunniest. But, besides injuring the eyes, it is painful to the neck to look up for a long time. It is easy to say that our examination of this heavenly body should take place at sunrise, when we could look at it more on a level without having to endanger the spine. But how many people are up at sunrise? Those who get up early do it because they are compelled to, and have something else to do than look at the sun. The milkman goes forth to carry the daily milk, the iceman to leave the daily ice. But either of these would be afraid of exposing their vehicles to the heating orb of day, the milkman afraid of turning the milk, the iceman timorous of melting his ice, and they probably avoid those directions where they shall meet the sun's rays. The student, who might inform us, has been burning the midnight oil. The student is not in the mood to consider the early sun. There remains to us the evening also, the leisure hour of the day. But, alas, our houses are not built with an adaptation to this subject. They are seldom made to look toward the sunset. A careful inquiry and close observation, such as have been called for in preparation of this paper, have developed the fact that not a single house in this town faces the sunset. There may be windows looking that way, but in such a case there is always a barn between. I can testify to this from personal observations, because, with my brothers, we have walked through the several streets of this town with notebooks, carefully noting every house looking upon the sunset, and have found none from which the sunset could be studied. Sometimes it was the next house, sometimes a row of houses, or its own wood house, that stood in the way. Of course, a study of the sun might be pursued out of doors, but in summer sunstroke would be likely to follow. In winter, neuralgia and cold. And how could you consult your books, your dictionaries, and your encyclopedias? There seems to be no hour of the day for studying the sun. You might go to the east to see it at its rising, or to the west to gaze upon its setting, but you don't. Here Elizabeth Eliza came to a pause. She had written 5 different endings, and had brought them all, thinking, when the moment came, she would choose one of them. She was pausing to select one, and inadvertently said, to close the phrase, "You don't." She had not meant to use the expression, which she would not have thought sufficiently imposing, It dropped out unconsciously, but it was received as a close with rapturous applause. She had read slowly, and now that the audience applauded at such a length, she had time to feel that she was much exhausted and glad of an end. Why not stop there, though there were some pages more? Applause, too, was heard from the outside. Some of the gentlemen had come, Mr. Peterkin, Agamemnon, and Solomon John, with others, and demanded admission. "Since it is all over, let them in," said Anne Maria Bromwick. Elizabeth Eliza assented, and rose to shake hands with her applauding friends. End of Elizabeth Eliza Writes a Paper. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 14 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marty Criss. Mr. Stiver's Horse by James Montgomery Bailey. The other morning at breakfast, Mrs. Perkins observed that Mr. Stiver, in whose house we live, had been called away, and wanted to know if I would see to his horse through the day. I knew that Mr. Stiver owned a horse because I occasionally saw him drive out of the yard, and I saw the stable every day, but what kind of a horse I didn't know. I never went into the stable for 2 reasons. In the first place, I had no desire to, and secondly, I didn't know as the horse cared particularly for company. I never took care of a horse in my life, and had I been of a less hopeful nature, the charge Mr. Stiver had left with me might have had a very depressing effect, but I told Mrs. Perkins I would do it. "You know how to take care of a horse, don't you?" said she. I gave her a reassuring wink. In fact, I knew so little about it that I didn't think it safe to converse more fluently than by winks. After breakfast I seized a toothpick and walked out towards the stable. There was nothing particular to do, as Stiver had given him his breakfast and I found him eating it. So I looked around. The horse looked around too and stared pretty hard at me. There was but little said on either side. I hunted up the location of the feed and then sat down on a peck measure and fell to studying the beast. There is a wide difference in horses. Some of them will kick you over and never look around to see what becomes of you. I don't like a disposition like that, and I wondered if Stiver's horse was one of them. When I came home at noon, I went straight to the stable. The animal was there all right. Stiver hadn't told me what to give him for dinner, and I had not given the subject any thought. But I went to the oat box and filled the peck measure and sallied boldly up to the manger. When he saw the oats, he almost smiled. This pleased and amused him. I emptied them into the trough and left him above me to admire the way I parted my hair behind. I just got my head up in time to save the whole of it. He had his ears back, his mouth open, and looked as if he were on the point of committing murder. I went out and filled the measure again, and climbed up the side of the stall and emptied it on top of him. He brought his head up so suddenly at this that I immediately got down, letting go of everything to do it. I struck on the sharp edge of a barrel, rolled over a couple of times, then disappeared under a hay cutter. The peck measure went down on the other side and got mysteriously tangled up in that animal's heels, and he went to work at it. And then ensued the most dreadful noise I ever heard in all my life. And I have been married 18 years. It did seem as if I never would get out from under that hay cutter, and all the while I was struggling and wrenching myself and the cutter apart, that awful beast was kicking around the stall and making the most appalling sound imaginable. When I got out, I found Mrs. Perkins at the door. She had heard the racket and had sped out to the stable, her only thought being of me and 3 stove lids which she had under her arm, and one of which she was about to fire at the beast. This made me mad. "Go away, you unfortunate idiot!" I shouted. "Do you want to knock my brains out?" for I remembered seeing Mrs. Perkins sling a missile once before, and that I nearly lost an eye by the operation, although standing on the other side of the house at the time. She retired at once, and at the same time the animal quieted down, but there was nothing left of that peck measure, not even the marker's name. I followed Mrs. Perkins into the house and had her do me up, and then I sat down in a chair and fell into a profound strain of meditation. After a while I felt better and went out to the stable again. The horse was leaning against the stable stall, with eyes half closed, and appeared to be very much engrossed in thought. "Step off to the left," I said, rubbing his back. He didn't step. I got the pitchfork and punched him in the leg with the handle. He immediately raised up both hind legs at once, and that fork flew out of my hands and went rattling up against the timbers above and came down again in an instant, the end of the handle rapping me with such force on the top of the head that I sat right down on the floor under the impression that I was standing in front of a drug store in the evening. I went back to the house and got some more stuff for me. But I couldn't keep away from that stable. I went out there again. The thought struck me that what the horse wanted was exercise. If that thought had been an empty glycerin can, it would have saved a windfall of luck for me. But exercise would tone him down, and exercise him I should. I laughed to myself to think how I would trounce him around the yard. I didn't laugh again that afternoon. I got him unhitched, and then wondered how I was to get him out of the stall without carrying him out. I pushed, but he wouldn't budge. I stood looking at him in the face, thinking of something to say, when he suddenly solved the difficulty by veering about and plunging for the door. I followed as a matter of course, because I had a tight hold on the rope and hit about every partition stud worth speaking of on that side of the barn. Mrs. Perkins was at the window and saw us come out of the door. She subsequently remarked that we came out skipping like two innocent children. The skipping was entirely unintentional on my part. I felt as if I stood on the verge of eternity. My legs may have skipped, but my mind was filled with awe. I took the animal out to exercise him. He exercised me before I got through with it. He went around a few times in a circle. Then he stopped suddenly, spread out his forelegs, and looked at me. Then he leaned forward a little and hoisted both hind legs and threw about 2 coal hods of mud over a line full of clothes that Mrs. Perkins had just hung out. That excellent lady had taken a position at the window, and whenever the evolutions of the awful beast permitted, I caught a glance of her features. She appeared to be very much interested in the proceedings, but the instant that the mud flew, she disappeared from the window, and a moment later she appeared on the stoop with a long poker in her hand and fire enough in her eye to heat it red hot. Just then Stiver's horse stood up on his hind legs and tried to hug me with the others. This scared me. A horse never shows his strength to such advantage as when he is coming down on you like a frantic pile driver. I instantly dodged, and the cold sweat fairly boiled out of me. It suddenly came over me that I had once figured in a similar position years ago. My grandfather owned a little white horse that would get up from a meal at Delmonico's to kick the President of the United States. He sent me to the lot one day and unhappily suggested that I often went after that horse and suffered all kinds of defeat in getting him out of the pasture. But I had never tried to ride him. Heaven knows I never thought of it. I had my usual trouble with him that day. He tried to jump over me and push me down in a mud hole, and finally got up on his hind legs and came waltzing after me with facilities enough to convert me into hash. But I turned and just made it for that fence with all the agony a prospect of instant death could crowd into me. If our candidate for the presidency had run half as well, there would be 75 postmasters in Denbury today instead of one. I got him out finally, and then he was quiet enough, and I took him up alongside the fence and got on him. He stopped an instant, one brief instant, and then tore off down the road at a frightful speed. I laid down on him and clasped my hands tightly around his neck and thought of my home. When we got to the stable, I was confident he would stop, but he didn't. He drove straight at the door. It was a low door, just high enough to permit him to go in at lightning speed, but there was no room for me. I saw if I struck that stable, the struggle would be a very brief one. I thought this all over in an instant, and then, spreading put my arms and legs, emitted a scream, and the next moment I was bounding about in the filth of that stable yard. All this passed through my mind as Stiver's horse went up into the air. It frightened Mrs. Perkins dreadfully. "Why, you old fool," she said, "why don't you get rid of him?" "How can I?" said I, in desperation. "Why, there are 1,000 ways," said she. This is just like a woman. How differently a statesman would have answered. But I could think of only 2 ways to dispose of the beast. I could either swallow him where he stood and then sit down on him, or I could crawl inside of him and kick him to death. But I was saved either one of these expedients by his coming towards me so abruptly that I dropped the rope in terror, and then he turned about and, kicking me full of mud, shot for the gate, ripping the clothesline in two, and went down the street at a horrible gallop, with 2 of Mrs. Perkins' garments, which he hastily snatched from the line, floating over his neck in a very picturesque manner. So I was afterwards told. I was too full of mud myself to see the way into the house. Stiver got his horse all right, and stays at home to care for him. Mrs. Perkins has gone to her mother's to recuperate, and I am healing as fast as possible. End of Mr. Stiver's Horse. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 15 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. The Crimson Cord by Ellis Parker Butler. I had not seen Perkins for 6 months or so, and things were dull. I was beginning to tire of sitting indolently in my office with nothing to do but clip coupons for my bonds. Money is good enough in its way, but it is not interesting unless it is doing something lively, doubling itself or getting lost. What I wanted was excitement, an adventure, and I knew if I could find Perkins I could have both. A scheme is a business adventure, and Perkins was the greatest schemer in or out of Chicago. Just then Perkins walked into my office. "Perkins," I said, as soon as he had arranged his feet comfortably on my desk, "I'm tired. I'm restless. I've been wishing for you for a month. I want to go into a big scheme and make a lot of new, up-to-date cash. I'm sick of this tame old cash that I have. It isn't interesting. No cash is interesting except the coming cash." "I'm with you," said Perkins. "What is your scheme?" "I have none," I said sadly. "That is just my trouble. I've sat here for days trying to think of a good practical scheme, but I can't. I don't believe there is an unworked scheme in the whole wide world." Perkins waved his hand. "My boy," he exclaimed, "there are millions. You've thousands of them right here in your office. You're falling all over them, sitting on them, walking on them. Schemes. Everything is a scheme. Everything has money in it." I shrugged my shoulders. "Yes," I said, "for you, but you are a genius." "Genius, yes," Perkins said, smiling cheerfully. "Else why Perkins the Great? Why Perkins the Originator? Why the great and only Perkins of Portland?" "All right," I said. "What I want is for your genius to get busy. I'll give you a week to work up a good scheme." Perkins pushed back his hat and brought his feet to the floor with a smack. "Why the delay?" he queried. "Time is money. "Hand me something from your desk." I looked in my pigeonholes and pulled from one a small ball of string. Perkins took it in his hand and looked at it with great admiration. "What is it?" he asked seriously. "That," I said, humoring him, for I knew something great would be evolved from his wonderful brain, "is a ball of red twine I bought at the 10-cent store. I bought it last Saturday. It was sold to me by a freckled young lady in a white shirtwaist. I paid—" "Stop!" Perkins cried. "What is it?" I looked at the ball of twine curiously. I tried to see something remarkable in it. I couldn't. It remained a simple ball of red twine, and I told Perkins so. "The difference," declared Perkins, "between mediocrity and genius. Mediocrity always sees red twine. Genius sees a ball of crimson cord." He leaned back in his chair and looked at me triumphantly. He folded his arms as if he had settled the matter. His attitude seemed to say that he had made a fortune for us. Suddenly he reached forward and, grasping my scissors, began snipping off small lengths of twine. "The crimson cord!" he ejaculated. "What does it suggest?" I told him that it suggested a parcel from the druggist's. I had often seen just such a twine about a druggist's parcel. Perkins sniffed disdainfully. "Druggists!" he exclaimed with disgust. "Mystery, blood, the crimson cord, daggers, murder, strangling, clues, the crimson cord." He motioned wildly with his hands as if the possibilities of the phrase were quite beyond his power of expression. "It sounds like a book," I suggested. "Great!" cried Perkins. "A novel! The novel! Think of the words 'A Crimson Cord' in blood-red letters, 6 feet high on a white ground." He pulled his hat over his eyes and spread out his hands, and I think he shuddered. "Think of 'A Crimson Cord,'" he muttered, "in blood-red letters on a ground of dead, sepulchral black, with a crimson cord writhing through them like a serpent." He sat up suddenly and threw one hand in the air. "Think," he cried, "of the words in black on white with a crimson cord drawn taut across the whole ad." He beamed upon me. "The cover of the book," he said quite calmly, "will be white, virgin, spotless white, with black lettering, and the cord in crimson. With each copy we will give a crimson silk cord for a bookmark. Each copy will be done up in a white box and tied with crimson cord." He closed his eyes and tilted his head upward. "A thick book," he said, "with decal edges and pictures by Christie. No, pictures by Pyle. Deep, mysterious pictures. Shadows and gloom, and wide, wide margins, and a gloomy forward. $1.50 per copy, at all booksellers." Perkins opened his eyes and set his hat straight with a quick motion of his hand. He arose and pulled on his gloves. "Where are you going?" I asked. "Contracts," he said. "Contracts for advertising. We must boom the Crimson Cord. We must boom her big." He went out and closed the door. Presently, when I supposed him well on the way downtown, he opened the door and inserted his head. "Gilt tops," he announced. 1,000,000 copies the first impression. And then he was gone. Part 2. A week later, Chicago and the greater part of the United States was placarded with the Crimson Cord. Perkins did his work thoroughly and well, and great was the interest in the mysterious title. It was an old dodge, but a good one. Nothing appeared on the advertisements but the mere title. No word as to what the Crimson Cord was. Perkins merely announced the words and left them to rankle in the reader's mind. And as a natural consequence, each new advertisement served to excite new interest. When we made our contracts for magazine advertising, and we took a full page in every worthy magazine, the publishers were at a loss to classify the advertisement, and it sometimes appeared among the breakfast foods, and sometimes sandwiched in between the automobiles and the hot water heaters. Only one publication placed it among the books. But it was all good advertising, and Perkins was a busy man. He racked his inventive brain for new methods of placing the title before the public. In fact, so busy was he at his labor of introducing the title that he quite forgot the book itself. One day he came to the office with a small rectangular package. He unwrapped it in his customary enthusiastic manner, and set on my desk a cigar box bound in the style he had selected for the binding of the Crimson Cord. It was then I spoke of the advisability of having something to the book besides the cover and a boom. "Perkins," I said, "don't you think it's about time we got hold of the novel, the reading, the words?" For a moment he seemed stunned. It was clear that he had quite forgotten that book buyers like to have a little reading matter in their books. But he was only dismayed for a moment. "Tut!" he cried presently. "All in good time. The novel is easy. Anything will do. I'm no literary man. I don't read a book in a year. You get the novel." "But I don't read a book in 5 years," I exclaimed. "I don't know anything about books. I don't know where to get a novel." "Advertise," he exclaimed. "Advertise. You can get anything, from an apron to an ancestor, if you advertise for it. Offer a prize. Offer $1,000 for the best novel. There must be thousands of novels not in use." Perkins was right. I advertised as he suggested, and learned that there were thousands of novels not in use. They came to us by basketfuls and cartloads. We had novels of all kinds, historical and hysterical, humorous and numerous, but particularly numerous. You would be surprised to learn how many ready-made novels can be had on short notice. It beats quick lunch, and most of them are equally indigestible. I read one or two, but I was no judge of novels. Perkins suggested that we draw lots to see which we should use. It really made little difference what the story was about. The Crimson Cord fits almost any kind of a book. It is a nice, non-committal sort of title, and might mean the guilt that bound two sinners, or the tie of affection that binds lovers, or a blood relationship, or it might be a mystification title with nothing in the book about it. But the choice settled itself. One morning a manuscript arrived that was tied with a piece of red twine, and we chose that one for good luck because of the twine. Perkins said that was a sufficient excuse for the title, too. We would publish the book anonymously, and let it be known that the only clue to the writer was the crimson cord with which the manuscript was tied when we received it. It would be a first-class advertisement. Perkins, however, was not much interested in the story, and he left me to settle the details. I wrote to the author asking him to call, and he turned out to be a young woman. Our interview was rather shy. I was a little doubtful about the proper way to talk to a real author, being purely a Chicagoan myself, and I had an idea that while my usual vocabulary was good enough for business purposes, it might be too easy-going to impress a literary person properly. And in trying to talk up to her standard, I had to be very careful in my choice of words. No publisher likes to have his authors think he is weak in the grammar line. Miss Rosa Bell Vincent, however, was quite as flustered as I was. She seemed ill at ease and anxious to get away, which I supposed was because she had not often conversed with publishers who paid $1,000 cash in advance for a manuscript. She was not at all what I had thought an author would look like. She didn't even wear glasses. If I had met her on the street, I should have said, "There goes a pretty flip stenographer." She was that kind, big picture hat and high pompadour. I was afraid she would try to run the talk into literary lines and Ibsen and Gorky, where I would have been swamped in a minute. But she didn't, and although I had wondered how to break the subject of money when conversing with one who must be thinking of nobler things, I found she was less shy when on that subject than when talking about her book. "Well now," I said, as soon as I had got her seated, "we have decided to buy this novel of yours. Can you recommend it as a thoroughly respectable and intellectual production?" She said she could. "Haven't you read it?" she asked in some surprise. "No," I stammered, "at least not yet. I'm going to as soon as I can find the requisite leisure. You see, we are very busy just now, very busy. But if you can vouch for the story being a first-class article, something, say, like The Vicar of Wakefield or David Harum, we'll take it." "Now you're talking," she said. "And do I get the check now?" "Wait," I said, "not so fast. I have forgotten one thing," and I saw her face fall. "We want the privilege of publishing the novel under a title of our own, and anonymously. If that is not satisfactory, the deal is off." She brightened in a moment. "It's a go if that's all," she said. "Call it whatever you please, and the more anonymous it is, the better it will suit yours truly." So we settled the matter then and there, and when I gave her our check for $1,000, she said I was all right. Part 3. Half an hour after Miss Vincent had left the office, Perkins came in with his arms full of bundles, which he opened, spreading their contents on my desk. He had a pair of suspenders with nickel-silver mountings, a tie, a lady's belt, a pair of low shoes, a shirt, a box of cigars, a package of cookies, and a half-dozen other things of diverse and miscellaneous character. I poked them over and examined them, while he leaned against the desk with his legs crossed. He was beaming upon me. "Well," I said, "what is it, a bargain sale?" Perkins leaned over and tapped the pile with his long forefinger. "Aftermath," he crowed. "Aftermath." "The dickens it is," I exclaimed. "And what has Aftermath got to do with this truck? It looks like the aftermath of a notion store." He tipped his Air the Hair hat over one ear and put his thumbs in the armholes of his ready-tailored vest. "Genius," he announced. "Brains. Foresight. Else why Perkins the Great? Why not Perkins the Nobody?" He raised the suspenders tenderly from the pile and fondled them in his hands. See this? He asked, running his finger along the red corded edge of the elastic. He took up the tie and ran his nail along the red stripe that formed the selvage on the back, and said, "See this?" He pointed to the red laces on the low shoes and asked, "See this?" And so through the whole collection. "What is it?" he asked. "It's genius. It's foresight." He waved his hand over the pile. "The aftermath," he exclaimed. "These suspenders are the crimson cord suspenders. These shoes are the crimson cord shoes. This tie is the crimson cord tie. These crackers are the Crimson Cord brand. Perkins and Company get out a great book, The Crimson Cord, sell 5 million copies. Dramatized, it runs 300 nights. Everybody talking Crimson Cord. Country goes Crimson Cord crazy. Result, up jump Crimson Cord this and Crimson Cord that. Who gets the benefit? Perkins and Company? No, we pay the advertising bills and the other man sells his Crimson Cord cigars. That is usual." "Yes," I said, "I'm smoking a David Harum cigar this minute, and I'm wearing a Carvel collar." "How prevent it?" asked Perkins. "Only one way, discovered by Perkins. Copyright the words Crimson Cord as trademark for every possible thing. Sell the trademark on royalty, 10% of all receipts for Crimson Cord brands comes to Perkins and Company. Get a cinch on the aftermath." "Perkins," I cried, "I admire you. You are a genius. And have you contracts with all these notions?" "Yes," said Perkins. "That's Perkins' method." "Who originated the Crimson Cord?" "Perkins did." "Who is entitled to the profits on the Crimson Cord?" "Perkins is." "Perkins is wide awake all the time." "Perkins gets a profit on the aftermath, and the math, and the before the math." And so he did. He made his new contracts with the magazines on the exchange plan. We gave a page of advertising in the Crimson Cord for a page of advertising in the magazine. We guaranteed 5 million circulation. We arranged with all the manufacturers of the Crimson Cord brands of goods to give coupons, 100 of which entitled the holder to a copy of the Crimson Cord. With a pair of Crimson Cord suspenders, you get 5 coupons. With each Crimson Cord cigar, 1 coupon, and so on. Part 4. On the 1st of October, we announced in our advertisement that The Crimson Cord was a book, the greatest novel of the century, a thrilling, exciting tale of love. Miss Vincent had told me it was a love story. Just to make everything sure, however, I sent the manuscript to Professor Wiggins, who is the most erudite man I ever met. He knows 18 languages and reads Egyptian as easily as I read English. In fact, his specialty is old Egyptian ruins and so on. He has written several books on them. Professor said the novel seemed to him very light and trashy, but grammatically okay. He said he never read novels, not having time. But he thought that The Crimson Cord was just about the sort of thing a silly public that refused to buy his Some Light on the Dynastic Proclivities of the Hyksos would scramble for. On the whole, I considered the report satisfactory. We found we would be unable to have Pyle illustrate the book, he being too busy, so we turned it over to a young man at the Art Institute. That was the 15th of October, and we had promised the book to the public for the 1st of November. But we had it already in type, and the young man, his name was Gilkowsky, promised to work night and day on the illustrations. The next morning, almost as soon as I reached the office, Gilkowsky came in. He seemed a little hesitant, but I welcomed him warmly, and he spoke up. "I have a girl to go with," he said, and I wondered what I had to do with Mr. Gilkowsky's girl, but he continued. "She's a nice girl and a good looker, but she's got bad taste in some things. She's too loud in hats and too trashy in literature. I don't like to say this about her, but it's true, and I'm trying to educate her in good hats and good literature, so I thought it would be a good thing to take around this Crimson Cord and let her read it to me." I nodded. "Did she like it?" I asked. Mr. Gilkowsky looked at me closely. "She did," he said, but not so enthusiastically as I had expected. "It's her favorite book. Now, I don't know what your scheme is, and I suppose you know what you're doing better than I do, but I thought perhaps I had better come around before I got to work on the illustrations and see if perhaps you hadn't given me the wrong manuscript." "No, that was the right manuscript," I said. "Was there anything wrong about it?" Mr. Gilkowsky laughed nervously. "Oh, no," he said. "But did you read it?" I told him I had not because I had been so rushed with details connected with advertising the book. "Well," he said, "I'll tell you. This girl of mine reads pretty trashy stuff, and she knows about all the cheap novels there are. She dotes on the Duchess, and puts her last dime into Braddon. She knows them all by heart. Have you ever read Lady Audley's Secret?" "I see," I said. "One is a sequel to the other." "No," said Mr. Gilkowsky. "One is the other. Someone has flimflammed you and sold you a typewritten copy of Lady Audley's Secret as a new novel." Part 5. When I told Perkins, he merely remarked that he thought every publishing house ought to have someone in it who knew something about books, apart from the advertising end, although that was, of course, the most important. He said we might go ahead and publish Lady Audley's Secret under the title of The Crimson Cord, as such things have been done before, but the best thing to do would be to charge Rosabelle Vincent's $1,000 to profit and loss and hustle for another novel, something reliable and not shop-worn. Perkins had been studying the literature market a little, and he advised me to get something from Indiana this time. So I telegraphed an advertisement to the Indianapolis papers, and 2 days later we had 98 historical novels by Indiana authors from which to choose. Several were of the right length, and we chose one and sent it to Mr. Gilkowsky with a request that he read it to his sweetheart. She had never read it before. We sent a detective to Dillville, Indiana, where the author lived, and the report we received was most satisfactory. The author was a sober, industrious young man, just out of the high school, and bore a first-class reputation for honesty. He had never been in Virginia, where the scene of his story was laid, and they had no library in Dillville, and our detective assured us that the young man was in every way fitted to write a historical novel. The Crimson Cord made an immense success. You can guess how it boomed when I say that although it was published at $1.50, it was sold by every department store for 54 cents, away below cost, just like sugar, or Vandeventer's baby food, or Q&Z corsets, or any other staple. We sold our first edition of 5 million copies inside of 3 months, and got out another edition of 2 million, and a specially illustrated holiday edition, and an edition deluxe, and the Crimson Cord is still selling in paper-covered cheap edition. With the royalties received from the aftermath and the profit on the book itself, we made, well, Perkins has a country place at Lakewood, and I have my cottage at Newport. End of The Crimson Cord by Ellis Parker Butler. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 16 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Rime of the Chivalrous Shark by Wallace Irwin. Most chivalrous fish of the ocean, to ladies forbearing and mild, though his record be dark, is the man-eating shark, who will eat neither woman nor child. He dines upon seamen and skippers, and tourists his hunger assuage, and a fresh cabin boy will inspire him with joy, if he's past the maturity age. A doctor, a lawyer, a preacher, he'll gobble one any fine day, but the ladies, God bless 'em, he'll only address 'em politely, and go on his way. I can readily cite you an instance where a lovely young lady of Bream, who was tender and sweet, and delicious to eat, fell into the bay with a scream. She struggled and flounced in the water, and signaled in vain for her bark, and she'd surely been drowned if she hadn't been found by a chivalrous man-eating shark. He bowed in a manner most polished, thus soothing her impulses wild. "Don't be frightened," he said. "I've been properly bred, and will eat neither woman nor child." Then he proffered his fin, and she took it. Such a gallantry none can dispute, while the passengers cheered as the vessel they neared, and a broadside was fired in salute. And they soon stood alongside the vessel, when a life-saving dinghy was lowered, with the pick of the crew and her relatives too, and the mate and the skipper aboard. So they took her aboard in a jiffy, and the shark stood attention the while. Then he raised on his flipper, and ate up the skipper, and went on his way with a smile. And this shows that the prince of the ocean, to ladies forbearing and mild, though his record be dark, is the man-eating shark, who will eat neither woman nor child. End of the Rime of the Chivalrous Shark. Recording by Matthew Reese. Davenport, Iowa.
Section 17 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. The Plaint of Jonah by Robert J. Burdett. Why should I live when every day the wicked prospers in his way, and daily adds unto his hoard, while cutworms smite the good man's gourd? When I would rest beneath its shade, comes the shrill-voiced book-selling maid, and smites me with her tireless breath. Then I am angry unto death. When I would slumber in my booth, who comes with accents loud and smooth, and talks from dawn to midnight late? The honest labor candidate. Who pounds mine ear with noisy talk, whose brazen gall no ire can balk, and wearies me of life's short span? The accident insurance man. And when all other torments flown, I think to call 1 hour mine own. Who takes my leisure by the throat? The villain taking up a vote. End of The Plaint of Jonah by Robert J. Burdett. Recording by Bill Moseley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Section 18 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Scarab. I ain't got no patience with blues at all, and I used to kind of talk against 'em and claim, till along last fall, they was none in the family stock. But a nephew of mine from Illinois that visited us last year, he kind o' convinced me different while he was a-stayin' here. From ever which way that blues is from, they'd tackle him ever ways. They'd come to him in the night and come on Sundays and rainy days. They'd tackle him in corn plantin' time and in harvest and early fall. But a dose of blues in the winter time, he 'lowed was the worst of all. Said all diseases that ever he had, the mumps or the rheumatiz, or every other day acre's bad, pert nigh as anything is, ere a carbuncle say, on the back of his neck, or a felon on his thumb. But you keep the blues away from him, and all of the rest could come. And he'd moan, they's nary a leaf below, near a spare of grass in sight, and the whole woodpile's clean under snow, and the day's as dark as night. You can't go out, ner you can't stay in, lay down, stand up, ner set, and a touch of old regular typhoid blues would double him jest clean shet. I rid his parents a postal kyard. He could stay till springtime come, and April 1st, as I recollect, was the day we shipped him home. Most of his relatives since then has either give up or quit or just died off, but I understand he's the same old color yet. End of Dose to Blues by James Whitcomb Riley. Recording by E. Scarab, Lexington, Kentucky.
Section 19 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Morris and the Honorable Tim by Myra Kelly. On the first day of school, after the Christmas holidays, Teacher found herself surrounded by a howling mob of little savages, in which she had much difficulty in recognizing her cherished first reader class. Isidore Belachatsky's face was so wreathed in smiles and foreign matter as to be beyond identification. Nathan Spiderwitz had placed all his trust in a solitary suspender and 2 unstable buttons. Eva Kadinsky had entirely freed herself from restraining hooks and eyes. Isidore Applebloom had discarded shoelaces and Abby Ashkenowski had bartered his only necktie for a yard of shoestring licorice. Miss Bailey was greatly disheartened by this reversion to the original type. She delivered daily lectures on nail brushes, hair ribbons, shoe polish, pins, buttons, elastic, and other means to grace. Her talks on soap and water became almost personal in tone, and her insistence on a close union between such garments as were meant to be united led to a lively traffic in twisted and disreputable safety pins. And yet, first reader class and all other branches of learning were so receptive and responsive, made but halting and uncertain progress toward that state of virtue which is next to godliness. Early in January came the report that Gumshoe Tim was on the warpath, and he might be expected at any time. Miss Bailey heard the tidings in calm ignorance, until Miss Blake, who ruled over the adjoining kingdom, interpreted the warning. A license to teach in the public schools of New York is good for only 1 year. Its renewal depends upon the reports of the principal in charge of the school and the associated superintendent in whose district the school chances to be. After 3 such renewals, the license becomes permanent. But Miss Bailey was, as a teacher, barely 4 months old. The associate superintendent for her vicinity was the Honorable Timothy O'Shea, known and dreaded as Gumshoes Tim, owing to his engaging way of creeping softly backstairs and appearing, all unheralded and unwelcome, upon the threshold of his intended victim. This, Miss Blake explained, was in defiance of all the rules of etiquette governing such visits of inspection. The proper procedure has been that of Mr. O'Shea's predecessor, who had always given timely notice of his coming and a hint as to the subjects in which he intended to examine the children. Some days later, he would amble from room to room, accompanied by the principal, and followed by the gratitude of smiling and unruffled teachers. This kind old gentleman, who now retired and had been succeeded by Mr. O'Shea, who, in addition to his unexpectedness, was adorned by an abominable temper, an overbearing manner, and a sense of cruel humor. He had finished his examinations at the nearest school, where, during a brisk campaign of 8 days, he had caused 5 dismissals, 9 cases of nervous exhaustion, and an epidemic of hysteria. Day by day, nerves grew more tense, tempers more unsure, sleep and appetite more fugitive. Experienced teachers went on with their ordinary routine, while beginners devoted time and energy to the more spectacular portions of the curriculum. But no one knew the Honorable Timmy's pet subject, and so no one could specialize to any great extent. Miss Bailey was one of the beginners, and room 18 was made to shine as the sun. Morris Migolowski, monitor of the goldfish bowl, wrought busily until his charges glowed redly against the water plants in their shining bowl. Creepers crept, plants grew, and ferns waved under the care of Nathan Spiderwitz, monitor of the window boxes. There was such a martial swing and strut in Patrick Brennan's leadership of the line that it inflamed even the timid heart of Isidore Wishaninski with a warlike glow, and his feet with a spasmodic but well-meant tramp. Sadie Gonorowski and Eva, her cousin, sat closely side by side, no longer mad at themselves, but with kind feelings. The work of the preceding term was laid in neat and docketed piles upon the low bookcase. The children were enjoying to keep clean and attired, and teacher, a nervous and unsmiling teacher, waited dully. A week passed thus, and then the good-hearted and experienced Miss Blake hurried quickly across the hall to put teacher on her guard. "I've just had a note from one of the grammar teachers," she panted. "Gumshoes Tim is up in Miss Green's room. He'll take this floor now. See here, child, don't look so frightened. The principal is with Tim. Of course you're nervous, but try not to show it, and you'll be all right. His lay is discipline and reading. Well, good luck to you." Miss Bailey took heart of grace. The children read surprisingly well, were absolutely good, and the enemy, under convoy of the friendly principal, would be much less terrifying than the enemy at large and alone. It was therefore with a manner almost serene that she turned to greet the kindly concerned principal and the dreaded Gumshoe Tim. The latter she found less ominous of aspect than she had been led to fear, and the principal's charming little speech of introduction made her flush with quick pleasure, and the anxious eyes of Sadie Gonorowsky, noting the flush, grew calm as Sadie whispered to Eva, her close cousin, "Say, teacher had it glad. She read on the face it could be her papa." "No, it's company," answered Eva sagely. "It ain't her papa. It's company the whiles teacher takes him by the hand." Children were not in the least disconcerted by the presence of the large man. They always enjoyed visitors, and they liked the heavy gold chain which festooned the wide waistcoat of this guest. And as they watched him, the associate superintendent began to superintend. He looked at the children, all in their clean and smiling rows. He looked at the flowers and the goldfish, at the pictures and the plaster casts. He looked at the work of the last term, and he looked at teacher. As he looked, he swayed gently on his rubber heels, and decided that he was going to enjoy the coming quarter of an hour. Teacher pleased him from the first. She was neither old nor ill-favored, and she was most evidently nervous. The combination appealed to both his love of power and his peculiar sense of humor. Sitting deliberately in the chair of state, he began, "Can the children sing, Miss Bailey?" They could sing very prettily, and they did. "Very nice indeed," said the voice of the visiting authority. "Very nice. Their music is exceptionally good. Are they drilled, children? Will you march for me?" Again they could and did. Patrick marshaled his line in time, and triumphed up and down the aisles to the evident interest and approval of the company. And then teacher led the class through some very energetic Swedish movements, while arms and bodies were bending and straightening at teacher's command and example. Then the door opened, and a breathless boy rushed in. He bore an unfolded note, and, as teacher had no hands to spare, the boy placed the paper on the desk under the softening eyes of the Honorable Timothy, who glanced down idly, and then pounced upon the note and read its every word. "For you, Miss Bailey," he said in the voice before which even the school janitor had known to quail. "Your friend was thoughtful, though a little late." And poor palpitating Miss Bailey read, "Watch out, Gumshoe Tim is in the building. The principal caught him on the back stairs, and they're going round together. He's as cross as a bear. Green and dead faint in the teacher's room. Said he's going to fire her. Watch out for him and send the news on. His lay is reading and discipline." Miss Bailey grew cold with sick and unreasoning fear as she gazed wide-eyed at the living confirmation of the statement that Gumshoe Tim was as cross as a bear. The gentle-hearted principal took the paper from her nervous grasp. "It's all right," he assured her. "Mr. O'Shea understands that you had no part in this. It's all right. You are not responsible." But teacher had no ears for his soothing. She could only watch with fascinating eyes as the Honorable Timothy reclaimed the note and wrote across its damning face, "Miss Green may come too. She is not fired. P.O.S." "Here, boy," he called, "take this to your teacher." The puzzled messenger turned to obey, and the associate superintendent saw that though his dignity had suffered, his power had increased. To the list of those whom he might, if so disposed, devour, he had now added the name of the principal, who was quick to understand that an unpleasant investigation lay before him. If Miss Bailey could not be held responsible for this system of inter-classroom communications, It was clear the principal could. Every trace of interest had left Mr. O'Shea's voice as he asked, "Can they read?" "Oh, yes, they read," responded Teacher. But her spirit was crushed, and the children reflected her depression. Still, they were very good, and that blundering note had said, "Discipline is his lay." Well, here he had it. There was one spectator of this drama who, understanding no word nor incident therein, yet dismissed no shade of the many emotions which had stirred the light face of his lady. Toward the front of the room sat Morris Modelinsky, with every nerve tuned to Teacher's, and with an appreciation of the situation in which the other children had no share. On the afternoon of one of those dreary days of waiting for the evil which had now come, Teacher had endeavored to explain the nature and possible result of this ordeal to her favorite. It was clear to him now that she was troubled, and he held the large and unaccustomed presence of the company mit whiskers responsible. Countless generations of his ancestors had followed and fostered the instinct which now led Morris to appropriate an angry power. Luckily, he was prepared with an offering of a suitable nature. He had meant to enjoy it for yet a few more days, and then give it to Teacher. She was such a sensible person about presents. One might give her one's most cherished possession with a brave and cordial heart, for on each Friday afternoon she had returned the gifts she had received during the week, and this with no abatement of gratitude. Morris rose stealthily, crept forward, and placed a bright blue bromo-seltzer bottle in the fat hand which hung over the back of the chair of state. The hand closed instinctively as with dawning curiosity. The Honorable Timothy studied the small figure at his side. It began in a wealth of loosely curling hair which shaded a delicate face, very pointed as to chin and monopolized by a pair of dark eyes, sad and deep and beautiful. Faded blue jumper was buttoned tightly across the narrow chest. Frayed trousers were precariously attached to the jumper, and impossible shoes and stockings supplemented the trousers. Glancing from boy to bottle, the company mit whiskers asked, "What is this for?" "For you," said the little boy. "What is in it?" "A present," said Morris. Mr. O'Shea removed the cork and proceeded to draw out incredible quantities of absorbent cotton. When there was no more to come, a faint tinkle sounded within the blue depths, and Mr. O'Shea reversed the bottle, and found himself possessed of a trampled and disfigured sleeve of the most palatable brass. "It's from gold," Morris assured him. "You puts it in your 'scuse me shirt. Wish you health to wear it." "Thank you," said the Honorable Tim, and there was a tiny break in the gloom which had enveloped him. And then, with a quick memory of the note and of his anger, "Miss Bailey, who is this young man?" And Teacher, of whose hobbies Morris was one, answered warmly, "This is Morris Mogilewsky, the best of boys. He takes care of the goldfish and does all sorts of things for me, don't you, dear?" "Teacher, yes'm," Morris answered. "I'm lovin' much mit you. I gives presents on the company over you." "Ain't he rather big to speak such broken English?" asked Mr. O'Shea. "I hope you remember that it is part of your duty to stamp out the dialect." "Oh, yes, I know," Miss Bailey answered, "but Morris has been in America for so short a time. 9 months, isn't it?" "Teacher, yes'm, ma'am. I come out of Russia," responded Morris, on the verge of tears, and with his face buried in Teacher's dress. Mr. O'Shea had his prejudice strong and deep. He had been given jurisdiction over that particular district because it was his native heath, and the Board of Education considered that he would be more in sympathy with the inhabitants than a stranger. But the truth was absolutely the reverse. Because he had spent his early years in a large old house on East Broadway, because he now saw his birthplace changed to a squalid tenement, and the happy hunting grounds of his youth grown ragged and foreign, swarming with strange faces, and noisy with strange tongues. Mr. O'Shea bore a sullen grudge against the new races. He resented the caressing air with which Teacher held the little hand placed so confidently within her own, and he welcomed the opportunity of gratifying his still ruffled temper and his racial antagonism at the same time. He would take a rise out of this young woman about her little Jew. She would be comforted later on. Mr. O'Shea rather fancied himself in the role of comforter, when the sufferer was neither old nor ill-favored, and so he set about creating the distress which would later change to gratitude and joy. Assuredly, the Honorable Timothy had a well-developed sense of humor. "His English is certainly dreadful," remarked the voice of authority. And it was not an English voice, nor is O'Shea distinctively an English name. "By the way, I hope you're not spoiling these youngsters. You must remember that you are fitting them for the battle of life. Don't coddle your soldiers. Can you reconcile your present attitude with discipline?" "With Morris, yes," Teacher answered. "He is gentle and tractable beyond words." "Well, I hope you're right," grunted Mr. O'Shea. "But don't coddle them." And so the incident closed. The sleeve link was tucked before Morris's yearning eyes into the reluctant pocket of the wide waistcoat, and Morris returned to his place. He found his reader in the proper page, and the lesson went on with brisk serenity, real on the children's part, but bravely assumed on Teacher's. Child after child stood up, read, sat down again, and it came to be the duty of Bertha Binderwitz to read the entire page, of which the others had each read a line. She began jubilantly, but soon stumbled, hesitated, and wailed. "Stand's a fierce word. I don't know what it is." And Teacher turned to write the puzzling word upon the blackboard. Morris's heart stopped with a sickening suddenness, and then rushed madly on again. He had a new and dreadful duty to perform. All his mother's counsel, all his father's precepts, told him that it was his duty. Yet fear held him in his little seat behind his little desk, while his conscience insisted on this unalterable degree of the social code. So somebody's clothes is wrong, it's polite you say, "Goose and tell it out." And here was Teacher whom he dearly loved, whose ideals of personal adornment extended to full sets of buttons on jumpers and to laces in both shoes. Here was his immaculate lady fair, in urgent need of assistance and advice, and all because she had on that day inaugurated a delightful, vigorous exercise for which, architecturally, she was not designed. There was yet room for hope that someone else would see the breach and brave the danger, but no. The visitor sat in his chair of state, the principal serenely beside him. The children sat in each of his own little place, behind his own little desk, keeping his own little eyes on his own little book. No, Morris's soul cried with Hamlet, "The time is out of joint, O cursed spite, that ever I was born to set it right." Up in the quiet air went his timid hand. Teacher, knowing him in his more garrulous moods, ignored the threatened interruption of Bertha's spirited resume. But the windmill action of the little arm attracted the Honorable Tim's attention. "The best of boys want you," he suggested. And Teacher asked, "Well, Morris, what is it?" Not until he was on his feet did the monitor of the Goldfish Bowl appreciate the enormity of the mission he had undertaken. The other children began to understand, and watched his struggle for word and breath with sympathy or derision, as their nature prompted. But there are no words in which one may politely mention ineffective safety pins to one's class of fashion. Morris's knees trembled queerly, his breath grew difficult, and Teacher seemed a very great way off as she asked again, "Well, what is it, dear?" Morris panted a little, smiled weakly, and then sat down. Teacher was evidently puzzled. "Now, Morris," Teacher remonstrated, "you must tell me what you want." But Morris had deserted his etiquette and his veracity, and murmured only, "Nothings. Just wanted to be noticed," said the Honorable Tim. "It's easy to spoil them," and he watched Best of Boys rather closely, for a habit of interrupting reading lessons wantonly and without reason was a trait in the young of which he disapproved. When this behavior manifested itself in Mr. O'Shea's countenance, the loyal heart of Morris interrupted it as a new menace to his sovereign. No later than yesterday she had warned them of the vital importance of coherence. "Everyone knows," she said, "that only little common boys and girls come apart. No one ever likes them." And the big stranger was even now misjudging her. Again his short arm agitated the quiet air. Again his trembling legs upheld a trembling boy. Again authority urged. Again Teacher asked, "Well, Morris, what is it, dear?" All this was as before, but not as before was. Poor harassed Miss Bailey swooped down the aisle, her sudden taking Morris's troubled little face between her soft hands, the quick near meeting with her kind eyes, the note of pleading in her repetition. "What do you want, Morris?" He was beginning to answer when it occurred to him that the truth might make her cry. There was an unsteadiness about her upper lip which seemed to indicate possibility. Suddenly he found that he no longer yearned for words in which tell her of her disjointment, but something else, anything else to say. His miserable, sad eyes escaped from hers and wandered to the wall in desperate search for conversation. There was no help in the pictures, no inspiration in the plaster casts. But on the blackboard he read, "Tuesday, January 21st, 1902. Only the date. But he must make it serve, with Teacher close beside him. With the hostile eye of the Honorable Tim upon him, heads round by the frightened or admiring regard of the first reader class, Morris blinked rapidly, swallowed resolutely, and remarked, "Teacher, this year's 1902," and knew that all was over. The caressing clasp of Teacher's hands grew into grip of anger. The countenance of Mr. O'Shea took on the beautiful expression of the prophet who has found honor and verification in his own country. "The Best of Boys has his days off, and this is one of them," he remarked. "Morris," said Teacher, "did you stop a reading lesson to tell me that? Do you think I don't know what year it is? I'm ashamed of you." Never had she spoken thus. If the telling had been difficult to Morris when she was a glad on him, it was impossible now that she was a prey to such evident mad feelings, and yet he must make some explanation. So he murmured, "Teacher, I tells you 'scuse. I know you know what the year stands. It's only polite I tell you something, as I had afraid." "And so you bothered your teacher with that nonsense," said Tim. "You're a nice boy." Morris's eyes were hardly more appealing than Teacher's as the two culprits, for they so felt themselves, turned to their judge. "Morris is a strange boy," Miss Bailey explained. "He can't be managed by ordinary methods." "And extraordinary methods don't seem to work today," Mr. O'Shea injected. "And I think," Teacher continued, "that it might be better not to press the point." "Oh, if you have no control over him," Mr. O'Shea was beginning pleasantly, when the principal suggested, "You better let us hear what he has to say, Miss Bailey. Make him understand that you are master here and teacher," with a sick-hearted laugh at the irony of his advice in the presence of the associate superintendent. But Morris would utter no words but these. Dozens of times he repeated, "I have afraid." Miss Bailey coaxed, bribed, threatened, and cajoled, shook him surreptitiously, petted him openly. The result was always the same. "It's polite I tells you something out, only I had afraid." "But Morris, dear, of what?" cried Teacher. "Are you afraid of me? Stop crying now and answer. Are you afraid of Miss Bailey?" "No, ma'am." "Are you afraid of the principal?" "No, ma'am." "Are you with a slight pause, during which a native hue of honesty was fully done to death, "of the kind gentleman we are all so glad to see?" "No, mon." "Well, then, what is the matter with you? Are you sick? Do you think you would like to go home to your mother?" "I ain't sick. I tells you, 'scuse." The repeated imitation of a sorrowful goat was too much for the Honorable Tim. "Bring that boy to me," he commanded. "I'll show you how to manage refractory and rebellious children." With much difficulty, and many assurances that the gentleman was not going to hurt him, Miss Bailey succeeded in untwining Morris's legs from the supports of the desk, and in a half carrying, half leading him up to the chair of state. An ominous silence had settled over the room. Ivan Gonorowsky was weeping softly, and the redoubtable Isidore Applebaum was stiffened in a frozen calm. "Morris," began the associate superintendent in his most awful tones, "will you tell me why you raised your hand? Come here." Teacher urged him gently, and like a dog to heel he went. He halted within a pace or two of Mr. O'Shea, and lifted his sad face toward him. "I couldn't tell nothing out," said he. "I tells you 'scuse 'cause I got afraid." The Honorable Tim lunged quickly and caught the terrified boy, preparatory to shaking him, but Morris escaped and fled to his haven of safety, his teacher's arms, when Miss Bailey felt the quick grasp of the thin little hands, the heavy beating of the overtired heart, and the deep convulsive sobs. She turned on the Honorable Timothy O'Shea and spoke. "I must ask you to leave this room at once," she announced. The principal stared and then sat back. Teacher's eyes were dangerous, and the Honorable Tim might profit by a lesson. "You frighten the child until he can't breathe. I can do nothing with him while you remain. The examination is ended. You may go." Now Mr. O'Shea saw he had gone a little too far in his effort to create the proper dramatic setting for his clemency. He had not expected the young woman to rise quite so far and high. His deprecating half apology, half eulogy, gave Morris the opportunity he craved. "Teacher," he panted, "I wants to whisper mid in your ear." With a dexterous movement he knelt upon her lap and tore out his solitary safety pin. He then clasped her tightly and made his explanation. He began in the softest of whispers, which increased in volume as it did in interest, so that he reached the climax at the full power of his boy soprano voice. "Teacher, Mrs. Bailey, I know you what ye stands, and I know it's polite. I tells you something, and I had afraid that while the company mit whiskers, but teacher, it's like this. Your jumper's sticking out, and you could take my safety pin." He had understood so little of all that had passed, that he was beyond being surprised by the result of this communication. Miss Bailey had gathered him into her arms, and had cried in a queer, helpless way. And as she cried, she had said over and over again, "Morris, how could you? Oh, how could you, dear, how could you?" The principal and the company mit whiskers looked solemnly at one another for a struggling moment, and had then broken into laughter, long and loud, until the visiting authority was limp and moist. The children waited in polite uncertainty, but when Miss Bailey, after some indecision, had contributed a wan smile, which later grew into a shaky laugh, the first reader class went wild. Then the Honorable Timothy arose to say good-bye. He reiterated his praise of the singing and reading, the blackboard work and the moral tone, and then an awkward pause ensued, during which the principal engaged the young Gonorowskys in impromptu conversation. The Honorable Tim crossed over to Miss Bailey's side, and steadying himself for a great effort. "Teacher," he began meekly, "I tells you 'scuse. This sort of thing makes a man feel like a bull in a china shop. Do you think the little fellow will shake my hand? I was really only joking." "But surely he will," said Miss Bailey, as she glanced down at the tangle of dark curls resting against her breast. "Morris, dear, aren't you going to say good-bye to the gentleman?" Morris relaxed one hand from its grasp of his lady and bestowed it on Mr. O'Shea. "Good-bye," he said gently. "I gives you presents from gold presents. So while your friends mit teacher, I'm loving much mit her, too." At this moment the principal turned, and Mr. O'Shea, in a desperate attempt to retrieve his dignity, began, "As to the class management and discipline," but the principal was not to be deceived. "Don't you think, Mr. O'Shea," he said, "that you and I had better leave the management of the little ones to the women? You have noticed, perhaps, that this is nature's method." End of Morris and the Honorable Tim, by Myra Kelly. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Section 20 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. The Genial Idiot Suggests a Comic Opera, by John Kendrick Bangs. "There's a harvest for you," said the Idiot, as he perused a recently published criticism of a comic opera. "There have been 39 new comic operas produced this year, and 4 of 'em were worth seeing. It is very evident that the Gilbert and Sullivan industry hasn't gone to the wall, whatever slumps other enterprises have suffered from." "That's a goodly number," said the Poet. 39, eh? I knew there was a raft of them, but I had no idea there were as many as that." "Why don't you go in and do one, Mr. Poet?" suggested the Idiot. "They tell me it's as easy as rolling off a log. All you've got to do is forget all your ideas and remember all the old jokes you ever heard, slap 'em together around a lot of dances, write 2 dozen lyrics about some goo-goo bell, hire a composer, and there you are. Hanged if I haven't thought of writing one myself." "I fancy it isn't as easy as it looks," observed the Poet. "It requires just as much thought to be thoughtless as it does to be thoughtful." "Nonsense," said the Idiot. "I'd undertake the job cheerfully if some manager would make it worth my while. And what's more, if I ever got into the swing of the business, I'll bet I could turn out a libretto a day for 3 days of the week for the next 2 months." "If I had your confidence, I'd try it," laughed the Poet. "But, alas, in making me nature did not design a confidence man." "Nonsense again," said the Idiot. "Any man who could get the editors to print sonnets to Diana's eyebrow, and little lyrics of Madison Square, Longacre Square, Battery Place, and Boston Common the way you do, has a right to consider himself an adept at bunco. I tell you what I'll do with you. I'll swap off my confidence for your lyrical facility, and see what I can do. Why can't we collaborate and get up a libretto for next season? They tell me there's large money in it." "There certainly is if you catch on," said the Poet. "Vastly more than in any other kind of writing that I know. I don't know but that I would like to collaborate with you on something of the sort. What is your idea?" "Mine's a blank on the subject," sighed the Idiot. "That's the reason I think I can turn the trick. As I said before, you don't need ideas. Better off without 'em. Just sit down and write." "But you must have some kind of a story," persisted the Poet. "Not to begin with," said the Idiot. "Just write your choruses and songs, slap in your jokes, fasten 'em together, and the thing is done. First act, get your hero and heroine into trouble. Second act, get 'em out." "And for the third?" queried the Poet. "Don't have a third," said the Idiot. "A third is always superfluous. But if you must have it, make up some kind of a vaudeville show and stick it in between the first and second." "Tush!" said the Bibliomaniac. "That would make a gay comic opera." "Of course it would, Mr. Bib," the Idiot agreed. "And that's what we want. If there's anything in this world that I hate more than another, it's a somber comic opera. I've been to a lot of 'em, and I give you my word of honor that next to a funeral a comic opera that lacks gaiety is one of the most depressing functions known to modern science. Some of 'em are enough to make an undertaker weep with jealous rage. I went to one of 'em last week called the Skylark with an old chum of mine who is a surgeon. You can imagine what sort of a thing it was when I tell you that after the first act he suggested we leave the theater and come back here and have some fun cutting my leg off. He vowed that if he ever went to another opera by the same people he'd take ether beforehand." "I shouldn't think that would be necessary," sneered the Bibliomaniac. "If it was as bad as all that, why didn't it put you to sleep?" "It did," said the Idiot, "but the music kept waking us up again. There was no escape from it except that of actual physical flight." "Well, about this collaboration of ours," suggested the Poet, "what do you think we should do first?" "We write an opening chorus, of course," said the Idiot. "What do you suppose? A finale? Something like this: If you want to know who we are, just ask the evening star, as he smiles on high in the deep blue sky with his tra-la-la-la-la-la. We are maidens sweet with tripping feet and the goo-goo eyes of the skippity-highs and the smile of the fair gazoo, and you'll find our names 'mongst the wondrous dames of the who's who. Get that sung with spirit by 65 ladies with blonde wigs and gold slippers, otherwise dressed up in the uniform of a troop of Russian cavalry, and you've got your venture launched." "Where can you find people like that?" asked the Bibliomaniac. "New York's full of 'em," replied the Idiot. "I don't mean the people to act that sort of thing, but where would you lay your scene?" explained the Bibliomaniac. "Oh, any old place in the Pacific Ocean," said the Idiot. "Make your own geography. Everybody else does. There's a million islands out there of one kind or another, and as defenseless as a 2 weeks old infant. If you want a real one, fish it out and fire ahead. If you don't, make up one for yourself and call it the Isle of Piccolo, or something of that sort. After you've got your chorus going, introduce your villain, who should be a man with a deep bass voice and a piratical past. He's the chap who rules the roost and is going to marry the heroine tomorrow. That will make a bully song. I'm a pirate bold with a heart so cold that it turns the biggest joys to solemn sorrow. And the heroine with her eyes so fine I am going to marry tomorrow. Chorus. He is going to marry tomorrow the maid with a heart full of sorrow. For her we are sorry, for she weds tomorrow. She is going to marry tomorrow. Gee, added the Idiot enthusiastically, can't you almost hear that already? I am sorry to say, said Mr. Brief, that I can. You ought to call your heroine Drivelina. Splendid, cried the Idiot. Drivelina goes. Well, then, on comes Drivelina, and this beast of a pirate grabs her by the hand and makes love to her as if he thought wooing was a game of snap the whip. She sings a soprano solo of protest, and the pirate summons his hirelings to cast Drivelina into a Don Juan cell when, boom, an American warship appears on the horizon. The crew, under the leadership of a man with a squeaky tenor voice named Lieutenant Somebody or other, comes ashore, puts Drivelina under the protection of the American flag, while his crew sings the following. We are Jackies, 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 and we smoke the best tobackies you can find from Zanzibar to Honeyloo. And we fight for Uncle Sammy, yes indeed we do, for dammy, you can bet your life that that's the thing to do, doodle-oo. You can bet your life that that's the thing to doodle-doodle-doodle-doodle-doo. Eh, what? Demanded the Idiot. Well, what yourself? Asked the Lawyer. This is your job. What's next? Well, the pirate gets lively, tries to assassinate the lieutenant, who kills half the natives with his sword and is about to slay the pirate when he discovers that he is his long-lost father, said the Idiot. The heroine then sings a pathetic love song about her baboon baby in a green light to the accompaniment of a lot of pink satin monkeys banging coconut shells together. This drowsy lullaby puts the lieutenant and his forces to sleep, and the curtain falls on their capture by the pirate and his followers, with the chorus singing, Hooray for the pirate bold, with his pockets full of gold. He is going to marry tomorrow. Tomorrow he'll marry, yes, by the Lord Harry, he's going to marry tomorrow. And that's a thing to doodle-doodle-doo. There, said the Idiot, after a pause. How was that for a first act? It's about as lucid as most of them, said the Poet. But after all, you have got a story there, and you said you didn't need one. I said you didn't need one to start with, corrected the Idiot, and I've proved it. I didn't have that story in mind when I started. That's where the easiness of the thing comes in. Why, I didn't even have to think of a name for the heroine. The inspiration for that popped right out of Mr. Brief's mouth as smoothly as though the name Drivelina had been written on his heart for centuries. Then the title, Isle of Piccolo. That's a dandy, and I give you my word of honor, I'd never even thought of a title for the opera until that revealed itself like a flash from the blue. And as for the coon song, My Baboon Baby, There's a chance there for a Zanzibar act that will simply make Richard Wagner and Reginald de Koven riot with jealousy. Can't you imagine the lilt of it? My baboon, Bahabi, my baboon, Bahabi, I love you dearly, yes, dearly. My baboon, Bahabi, my baboon, Bahabi, my baboon, hey 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 BB. And all those pink satin monkeys bumping their coconut shells together in the green moonlight. Well, after the first act, what? Asked the Bibliomaniac. The usual intermission, said the Idiot. You don't have to write that. The audience generally knows what to do. But your second act? Asked the Poet. Oh, come off, said the Idiot, rising. We were to do this thing in collaboration. So far I've done the whole blooming business. I'll leave the second act to you. When you collaborate, Mr. Poet, you've got to do a little collabing on your own account. What did you think you were to do, collect the royalties? I'm told, said the Lawyer, that is sometimes the hardest thing to do in a comic opera. Well, I'll be self-sacrificing, said the Idiot, and bear my full share of it. It seems to me, said the Bibliomaniac, that opera produced in the right place might stand a chance of a run. Thank you, said the Idiot. After all, Mr. Bib, you are a man of some penetration. How long a run? 1 consecutive night, said the Bibliomaniac. Ah, and where? Demanded the Idiot with a smile. At Bloomingdale, answered the Bibliomaniac severely. That's a very good idea, said the Idiot. When you go back there, Mr. Bib, I wish you'd suggest it to the superintendent. End of The Genial Idiot Suggests a Comic Opera. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 21 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Wamsley's Automatic Pastor by Frank Crane. Yes, sir, said the short, chunky man as he leaned back against the gorgeous upholstery of his seat in the smoking compartment of the sleeping car. Yes, sir, I knew you was a preacher the minute I laid eyes on you. You don't wear your collar buttoned behind, nor a black thingumbob over your shirt front, nor Presbyterian whiskers, nor a little gold cross on a black string watch chain. Them's the usual marks, I know, and you hain't got any of 'em. But I knew you just the same. You can't fool J.P. Wamsley. You see, there's a peculiar air about a man that's accustomed to handle any particular line of goods. You can tell 'em all if you'll just notice. Any of 'em. White goods counter, lawyer, doctor, traveling man, politician, railroad, every one of 'em's got his sign out, and it don't take a Sherlock Holmes to read it, neither. It's the same way with them gospel goods. You'll excuse me, but when I saw you come in here and light a cigar with an air of, I will now give you a correct imitation of a human being, I says to myself, there's one of my gospel friends. Murder will out, as the feller says. Experience, did you say? I must have had considerable experience. Well, I guess yes. Didn't you ever hear of my invention? Wamsley's Automatic Pastor, self-feeding preacher, and lightning collar. Say, that was the hottest scheme ever. I'll tell you about it. You see, it's this way. I'm not a church member myself. Believe in it, you know, and all that sort of thing. I'm for religion strong, and when it comes to paying, I'm right there with the goods. My wife is a member, and a good one. In fact, she's so blame good that we average up pretty well. Well, one day they elected me to the board of trustees at the church, because I was the heaviest payer, I suppose. I kicked some, not being anxious to pose as a pious individual, owing to certain brethren in the town who had a little confidential information on J.P. and might be inclined to get funny. But they insisted, allowing that me being the most prominent and successful merchant in the town, and similar rot, I ought to line up and help out the cause, and so on. So finally I give in. I went to 2 or 3 of their meetings, and say, honest, they were the fiercest things ever. The minister smiled knowingly. You're on, I see. Ain't those official meetings of a church the limit? Gee, once I went, a cold winter night, waded through snow knee-deep to a giraffe, and sat there 2 hours while they discussed whether they had fixed the pastor's back fence or not. Price $6. I didn't say anything, being sort of new, you know, but I made up my mind that next time I'd turn loose on 'em if it was the last thing I did. I says to my wife when I got home, "Em," says I, "if getting religion gives a man softening of the brain, like I see it working on them men there tonight, I'm afraid I ain't on praying ground and interceding terms, as the feller says. The men in that bunch tonight was worth over $800,000, and they took $11.50 worth of my time chewing the rag over fixing the parson's fence. I'm going to bed," I says, "and if I shouldn't wake up in the morning, if you should miss Petty in the morning, you may know his vital powers was exhausted by the hilarious proceedings of this evening." But I must get along with my story about my automatic pastor. One day the preacher resigned. Life probably hectored out of him by a lot of cheapskates whose notion of holding office in church consisted in cutting down expenses and finding fault with the preacher because he didn't draw in sinners enough to fill the pews and pay their bills for him. When it come to selecting a committee to get a new pastor, I butted right in. I had an idea. So, me to the front, leading trumps and banging my cards down hard on the table. Excuse my gay and festive reference to playing cards, but what I mean is that I thought the fullness of time had arrived and was a hollering for J.P. Wamsley. Well, sir, it was right then and there I invented my automatic pastor, continuous revolving handshaker, and circular jolly hander. I brung it before the official brethren one night, and explained its modus operandi. I had a wax figure made by the same firm that supplies me with the mannequins for my show windows, and it was a peach, if I do say it myself. Tall, handsome figure, benevolent face, elegant smile that won't come off, as the feller says, Chauncey Depew spinach in front of each ear. It was a sure Lulu. "Now," I says to him, "gentlemen, speaking of pastors, I got one here I want to recommend. It has one advantage, anyhow. It won't cost you a cent. I'll make you a present of it, and also chip in, as heretofore, toward operating expenses." That caught old Jake Hicks, worth $100,000, and stingier 'n all git out. He leaned over and listened, same as if he was taking him right off the bat. He's a retired farmer. If you'll find me a closer boy than a retired farmer moved to town, You can have the best plug hat in my store. You observe, I says, that he has the leading qualifications of all, and comes a heap cheaper than most. He is swivel-mounted, that is, the torso, so to speak, is pinioned on to the legs, so that the upper part of the body can revolve. This enables him to rotate freely without busting his pants, the vest being unconnected with the trousers. Now you stand this here, whom we will call John Henry, at the door of the church as the congregation enters, having previously wound him up, and there he stays, turning round and giving the glad hand and cheery smile, and so doth his unchanging power display as the unwearied sun from day to day, as the feller says. Nobody neglected, all pleased. You remember the last pastor wasn't sociable enough, and there was considerable complaint because he didn't hike right down after the benediction and jolly the flock as they passed out. We'll have a wire run the length of the meeting house, with a gentle slant from the pulpit to the front door, and as soon as meeting's over, up goes John Henry and slides down to the front exit, and there he stands, gyrating and handing out pleasant greeting to all. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to beat the band. Now, as for preaching, I continued, you see, all you have to do is to raise up the coat tails and insert a record on the phonograph concealed here in the back of the chest, with a speaking tube running up to the mouth. John Henry being a regular minister, he can get the Homiletic Review at $1.50 a year. We can subscribe for that. Get the up-to-date sermons by the most distinguished divines. Get some gent that's afflicted with elocution to say 'em into a record, and on Sunday our friend and pastor here will reel 'em off fine. You press the button, he does the rest, as the feller says. How about calling on the members? Inquires Andy Robinson. Easy, says I. Hire a buggy of Brother Jinks here, who keeps a livery stable, at $1 per p.m. Get a nigger to chauffeur the pastor at 50 cents per same. There you are. Let the boy be provided with an assortment of records to suit the people, pleasant and sad, consolatory and gay, encouraging or reproving, and so forth. The coon drives up, puts in a cartridge, sets the pastor in the door, and when the family gets through with him, they sets him out again. There are, say, about 300 calling days in the year. He can easy make 15 calls a day on an average, equals 4,500 calls a year at $450. Of course, there's the records, but they won't cost over $50 at the outside. You can shave 'em off and use 'em over again, you know. But there's the personality of the pastor, somebody speaks up. It's that which attracts folks and fills the pews. Personality shucks, says I. Haven't we had personality enough? For every man it attracts, it repels too. Your last preacher was one of the best fellers that ever struck this town. He was a plumb brick, and had a lots of horse sense to boot. He could preach, too, like a house afire, but you kicked him out because he wasn't sociable enough. You're asking an impossibility. No man can be a student, and get up the rattling sermons he did, and put in his time trotting around calling on the sisters. Now let's apply business sense to this problem. That's the way I run my store. Find out what the people want and give it to 'em is my motto. Now, people ain't coming to church unless there's something to draw 'em. We tried preaching, and it won't draw 'em. They say they want sociability, so let's give it to 'em strong. They want attention paid to 'em. You turn my friend here loose in the community, and he'll make each and every man, woman, and child think they're it in less than a month. If anybody gets disgruntled, you sick John Henry on 'em, and you'll have 'em come right back a running and paying their pew rent in advance. Then, I continued, that ain't all. There's another idea I propose to go along with the pastor as a sort of sideline. That's trading stamps. Simple, ain't it? Wonder why you never thought of it yourselves, don't you? That's the way with all bright ideas. People drink soda water all their lives, and along comes a genius and hears the fizz and goes and invents a Westinghouse break. Same as Newton and the apple, and Columbus and the egg. All you have to do is to give trading stamps for attendance, and your church fills right up, and John Henry keeps them happy. Stamps can be redeemed at any store. So many stamps gets, say, a parlor lamp or a masterpiece of Italian art in a gilt frame. So many more draws a steam cooker or an oil stove. So many more, and you have a bicycle or a hair mattress or a whatnot, and so on up to where a hatful of 'em gets an automobile. I tell you, when a family has a whatnot in their eye, they ain't going to let a little rain keep 'em home from church. If they're all really too sick to go, they'll hire a substitute. And I opine these here stamps will have a powerful alleviating effect on Sunday sickness. And then I went on, waxing eloquent, and leaning the pastor against the wall so I could put one hand in my coat and gesture with the other and make it more impressive. And then, I says, just think of them other churches. We won't do a thing to 'em. That Baptist preacher thinks he's a whiz because he makes 600 calls a year. You just wait till the nigger gets to hauling John Henry here around town and loading him up with rapid-fire conversations. That Baptist gent will look like 30 cents. That's what he'll look like. He'll think he's Rojesvinsky and the Japanese fleet's after him. And the Campbellites think they done it when they got their new pastor with a voice like a bull a bashin' coming downhill. Just wait till we load a few of them extra-sized records with megaphone attachment into our pastor and gear him up to 250 words a minute. And then, where, oh, where is Mr. Campbellite, as the feller says. Besides, brethren, this pastor, having no family, won't need his back fence fixed. In fact, he won't need the parsonage. We can rent it, and the proceeds will go towards operating expenses. What we need to do, I says, in conclusion, is to get in line, get up to date, give the people what they want. We have no way of judging the future but by the past, as the feller says. We know they ain't no human being can measure up to our requirements, so let's take a fall out of science and have enterprise and business sense. J.P. Wamsley reached for a match. "Did they accept your offer?" asked his companion. "I am anxious to know how your plan worked. It has many points in its favor, I confess." "No," replied J.P. Wamsley, as he meditatively puffed his cigar and seemed to be lovingly reviewing the past. "No, they didn't. I'm kind of sorry, too. I'd like to have seen the thing tried myself. But," he added with a slow and solemn wink, "they passed a unanimous resolution calling back the old pastor at an increased salary." "I should say, then, that your invention was a success." "Well, I didn't lose out on it anyhow. I've got John Henry rigged up with a new bunch of whiskers, and posing in my show window as DeWitt signing the peace treaty in an elegant suit of all wool at $11.50. End of Wamsley's Automatic Pastor. Recording by Bill Moseley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Section 22 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Bohemians of Boston by Gillette Burgess. The Orchids were as tough a crowd as Boston anywhere allowed. It was a club of wicked men, the oldest 12, the youngest 10. They drank their soda colored green, they talked of art and Philistine. They wore buff waistcoats, and their hair, it used to make the waiters stare. They were so shockingly behaved, and Boston thought them so depraved. Policemen stationed at the door would raid them every hour or more. They used to smoke and laugh out loud. They were a very devilish crowd. They formed a cult, far subtler, brainier than ordinary Anglomania. For as all Jacobites were reckoned, and gaily toasted Charles II, what would the bonny Charlie say if he could see that crowd to-day? Fitzwilly Boy McFlubadub was regent of the Orchids Club. A wild Bohemian was he, and spent his money fast and free. He thought no more of spending dimes on some debauch of pickled limes than you would think of spending nickels to buy a pint of German pickles. The Boston maiden passed him by with sidelong glances of her eye. She dared not speak, he was so wild, yet worship this Lotharian child. Fitzwilly Boy was so blasé, he burned a transcript up one day. The Orchids fashioned all their style on Flubadub's infernal guile. That awful Boston oath was his. He used to jaculate, "Gee whiz!" He showed them that immoral haunt, the dirty Chinese restaurant, and there they'd find him even when it got to be as late as 10. He ate chop suey with a fork. You should have heard the villain talk of one reporter that he knew, an artist and an actor, too. The Orchids went from bad to worse, made epigrams, attempted verse. Boston was horrified and shocked to hear the way these Orchids mocked. For they made fun of Boston ways, and called good men provincial jays. The end must come to such a story. Gone is the wicked Orchid's glory. The room was raided by police one night for breaches of the peace. There had been laughter long and loud. In Boston this is not allowed. And there the sergeant of the squad found awful evidence, my God! Fitzwilly Boy McFlubadub, the regent of the Orchids Club, had written on the window sill this shocking outrage: "Beacon Hill." End of The Bohemians of Boston. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, February, 2011.
Section 23 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. A Letter from Home by Wallace Irwin. From the Princess Bulala at Gumbogoo, South Sea Islands, to her brother, Prince Umbobo, a sophomore at Yale. It is spring, my dear Umbobo, on the Isle of Gumbogoo, and your father, King Korobo, and your mother long for you. We had missionaries Monday, much the finest of the year. Our old cook came back last Sunday, and the stews she makes are dear. I've the loveliest string of knuckles, which dear father gave to me, and a pair of shin-bone buckles, which I do wish you could see. You remember Mr. Booloo? He is coming over soon, with some friends from Honolulu. We all hope they'll call at noon. Mr. Booloo's rather slender, but we'll fix him up with sage, and I think he'll be quite tender for a fellow of his age. Geneva Uloo's marriage was arranged so very queer. Have you heard the bishop's carriage? Don't you think it's just too dear? I'm hoping next vacation I may visit you for a while in this out-of-way location. It's so hard to know the style. Will you try and match the sample I enclose? Be sure it's green. Get 3 yards, that will be ample. Velvet, mind, not velveteen. Gentle mother worries badly, and she thinks it's a shame that a man like Dr. Hadley lets you play that football game. For the way they hurt each other seems so barbarously rude. No, you've not been raised, dear brother, to do anything so crude. And these horrid meals at college, not what you're accustomed to. It is hard, this quest for knowledge, but be brave, your sister Boo. P.S. If it's not too great a bother and a mental overtax, would you send your poor old father C.O.D. a battle axe? End of A Letter from Home by Wallace Irwin. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. Section 24 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. The Courtin' by James Russell Lowell. God makes such nights all white and still, for as you can look or listen. Moonshine and snow on field and hill, all silence and all a glisten. Zekel crept up quite unbeknown, and peeked in through the winder, and there sot Holy all alone, ith no one high to hinder. A fireplace filled the room's one side with half a cord of wood, and there weren't no stoves till comfort died to bake ye to a pudding. The walnut log shot sparkles out towards the pootiest, bless her, and little flames dance all about the chiny on the dresser. Again the chimbley crook necks hung, and in amongst 'em rusted the old queen's arm that ganther young, fetched back from Concord busted. The very room, 'cause she was in, seemed warm from floor to ceiling, and she looked full as rosy again as the apples she was peeling. 'Twas kin' a kingdom come to look on such a blessed creature. A dog roast blushing to a brook ain't modester nor sweeter. He was 6 foot o' man, A1, clear grit and human nature. None couldn't quicker pitch a ton nor dror a furrer straighter. He'd sparked it with full 20 gals, he'd squired 'em, danced 'em, druv 'em, fussed this one and then that by spells. All is, he couldn't love 'em. But 'long o' her his veins 'ud run, all crinkly like curled maple. The side she breeched fell full o' sun as a south slope in April. She thought no vice bed such a swing as his'n in the choir. My, when he made Old Hundred ring, she knowed the Lord was nigh her. And she'd bless Scarlet right in prayer when her new meetin' bunnet fell somehow through its crown a pair of blue eyes sot upon it. That night, I tell you, she looked some. She seemed to have got a new soul, for she felt certain sure he'd come, down to her very shoe sole. She heerd a foot, and knowed it too, a raspin' on the scraper. All ways to once her feelings flew like sparks in burnt up paper. He c'n a littered on the mat, some doubtful of the sickle.
His heart kept goin' pitty-pat, but hern went pitty-zickle, and yit she gin her cheer a jerk, as though she wished him furder. On her apples kept to work, parin' away like murder. You want to see my pa, I s'pose? Well, no, I come designin' to see my ma. She's sprinklin' clothes agin to-morrow's innin'. To say why gals act or so, or don't, would be presumin'. Maybe to mean yes and say no comes nat'ral to women. He stood a spell on one foot fust, then stood a spell on t'other, and which one he felt the wust he couldn't ha' told ye nuther. Says he, "I'd better call agin." Says she, "Think likely, mister." That last word pricked him like a pin, and well, he up and kissed her. When Ma Bimeby upon him slips, Hudley sot pale as ashes, all kin o' smile around the lips, and teary round the lashes, for she was just the quiet kind whose natures never vary, like streams that keep a summer mind snow hid in Jinuary. The blood closed around her heart felt glued, too tight for all expressin', till mother see how matters stood, and gin 'em both her blessin'. Then her red came back like the tide down to the Bay of Fundy, and all I know is they was cried in meeting come next Sunday. End of The Courtin' by James Russell Lowe. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Section 25 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Tower of London and Science and Natural History by Artemus Ward. The Tower of London. Mr. Punch, my dear sir, I scarcely need inform you that your excellent tower is very popular with people in the agricultural districts, and it is chiefly them class which I found waiting at the gates the other morning. I saw at once that the tower was established on a firm basis. In the entire history of firm bases, I don't find a basis more firmer than this one. "You have no tower in America?" said a man in a crowd who had somehow detected my denomination. "A large no," I answered. "We boast of our enterprise and improvements, and yet we are devoid of a tower. America, oh my unhappy country, thou hast not got no tower. It's a sweet boon." The gates was opened after a while, and we all purchased tickets and went into a waiting room. "My friend," said a pale-faced little man in black clothes, "this is a sad day." "Inasmuch as to how?" I said. "I mean it is sad to think that so many people have been killed within these gloomy walls. My friends, let us drop a tear." "No," I said, "you must excuse me. Others may drop one if they feel like it, but as for me, I decline. The early managers of this institution were a bad lot, and their crimes were truly orful, but I can't sob for those who died 400 or 500 years ago. If they was my own relations, I couldn't. It's absurd to shed sobs over things which occurred during the reign of Henry III. Let us be cheerful," I continued. "Look at the festive warders in their red flannel jackets. They're cheerful, and why should it not be thusly with us? Pray, Warder now took us in charge and showed us the Traitors' Gate, armors and things. The Traitors' Gate is wide enough to admit about 20 traitors abreast, I should judge, but beyond this I couldn't see that it was superior to gates in general. Traitors, I will here remark, are a unfortunate class of people. If they wasn't, they wouldn't be traitors. They conspire to bust up a country. They fail, and they're traitors. They bust her, and they become statesmen and heroes. Take the case of Gloucester, afterward Old Dick the Three, who may be seen at the Tower on horseback, in a heavy tin overcoat. Take Mr. Gloucester's case. Mr. G was a conspirator of the basest dye, and if he'd failed, he would have been hung on a sour apple tree. But Mr. G succeeded and became great. He was slewed by Colonel Richmond, but he lives in history, and his equestrian figure may be seen daily for a sixpence, in conjunction with other eminent persons, and no extra charge for the warder's able and bootiful lecture. There's one king in this room who is mounted onto a foaming steed, his right hand grasping a barber's pole. I didn't learn his name. The room where the daggers and pistols and other weapons is kept is interesting. Among this collection of choice cutlery, I noticed the bow and arrow which those hot-headed old chaps used to conduct battles with. It is quite like the bow and arrow used at this day by certain tribes of American Indians, and they shoot 'em off with such a excellent precision that I almost sighed to be an Injun when I was in the Rocky Mountain region. They are a pleasant lot, them Injuns. Mr. Cooper and Mr. Catlin have told us of the red man's wonderful eloquence, and I found it so. Our party was stopped on the plains of Utah by a band of Shoshones, whose chief said, "Brothers, the paleface is welcome. Brothers, the sun is sinking in the west, and Wananabakishi will soon cease speaking. Brothers, the poor red man belongs to a race which is fast becoming extinct." He then whooped in a shrill manner, stole all our blankets and whiskey, and fled to the primeval forest to conceal his emotions. I'll remark here, while on the subject of Injuns, that they are in the main a very shaky set, with even less sense than the Fenians, and when I hear philanthropists bewailing the fact that every year carries the noble red man nearer the setting sun, I simply have to say I'm glad of it, though it is rough on the setting sun. They call you by the sweet name of brother one minute, and the next they scalp you with their tomahawks. But I wander. Let us return to the tower. At one end of the room, where the weapons is kept, is a wax figure of Queen Elizabeth, mounted on a fiery stuffed hoss, whose glass eye flashes with pride, and whose red Morocco nostrils dilates haughtily, as if conscious of the royal burden he bears. I have associated Elizabeth with the Spanish Armada. She's mixed up with it in the Surrey Theatre, where True to the Core is being acted, and in which a full ballet corps is introduced on board the Spanish admiral's ship, giving the audience the idea that he intends opening a music hall in Plymouth the moment he conquers that town. But a very interesting grammar is true to the core, notwithstanding the eccentric conduct of the Spanish admiral, and very nice it is in Queen Elizabeth to make Martin Trugold a baronet. The warder shows us some instruments of torture, such as thumbscrews, throat collars, etc., stating that these was conquered from the Spanish Armady, and adding what a cruel people the Spaniards was in them days, which elicited from a bright-eyed little girl of about 12 summers the remark that she thought it was rich to talk about the cruelty of the Spaniards using thumbscrews when he was in a tower where so many poor people's heads had been cut off. This made the warder stammer and turn red. I was so pleased with the little girl's brightness that I could have kissed the dear child, and I would if she had been 6 years older. I think my companions intended making a day of it, for they all had sandwiches, sausages, etc. The sad-looking man who had wanted us to drop a tear afore we started to go round flinged such quantities of sausage into his mouth that I expected to see him choke himself to death. He said to me in the Beauchamp Tower, where the poor prisoners writ their unhappy names on the cold walls, "This is a sad sight." "It is indeed," I answered. "You're black in the face. You shouldn't eat sausage in public without some rehearsals beforehand. You manage it awkwardly." "No," he said, "I mean this sad room." Indeed, he was quite right. Though so long ago all these dreadful things happened, I was very glad to get away from this gloomy room and go where the rich and sparkling crown jewels is kept. I was so pleased with the Queen's crown that it occurred to me what a agreeable surprise it would be to send a similar one home to my wife, and I asked the warder what was the value of a good, well-constructed crown like that. He told me, but on ciphering up with a pencil the amount of funds I have in the Giant Stock Bank, I concluded I'd send her a genteel silver watch instead, and so I left the tower. It is a solid and commanding edifice, but I deny that it is cheerful. I bid it adieu without a pang. I was driven to my hotel by the most melancholy driver of a four-wheeler that I ever saw. He heaved a deep sigh as I gave him 2 shillings. "I'll give you 6 Ds more," I said, "if it hurts you so." "It isn't that," he said with a heart-rending groan. "It's only a way I have. My mind's upset today. I at one time thought I'd drive you into the Thames. I've been reading all the daily papers to try to understand about Governor Eyre, and my mind is tottering. It's really wonderful I didn't drive you into the Thames." I asked the unhappy man what his number was, so I could readily find him in case I should want him again, and bade him good-bye. And then I thought what a frolicsome day I'd made of it. Respectably, etc., Artemus Ward, Punch, 1866. Science and Natural History by Artemus Ward. Mr. Punch, my dear sir, I was a little disappointed at not receiving an invitation to join in the meetings of the Social Science Congress. I prepared an essay on animals to read before the social science meetings. It is a subject I may truthfully say I have successfully wrestled with. I tackled it when only 19 years old. At that tender age, I read an essay for a literary institute entitled, "Is Cats to be Trusted?" Of the merits of that essay it doesn't become me to speak, but I may be excused for mentioning that the institute passed a resolution that, whether we look upon the length of this essay or the manner in which it is written, we feel that we will not express any opinion of it, and we hope it will be read in other towns. Of course, the essay I writ for the Social Science Society is a more finished production than the one on cats, which was written when my mind was crude and afore I had mastered a graceful and elegant style of composition. I could not even punctuate my sentences proper at that time, and I observe with pain, on looking over this effort of my youth, that its beauty is in one or two instances marred by ingrammaticisms. This was inexcusable, and I'm surprised I did it. A writer who can't write in a grammarly manner better shut up shop. You shall hear this essay on animals. Some day when you have 4 hours to spare, I'll read it to you. I think you'll enjoy it. Or what will be much better, if I may suggest, omit all pictures in next week's Punch, and do not let your contributors write anything whatever. Let them have a holiday. They can go to the British Museum and publish my essay entire. It will fill all your columns full and create comment. Does this proposition strike you? Is it a go? In case I had read the essay to the social sciencers, I had intended it should be the closing attraction. I intended it should finish the proceedings. I think it would have finished them. I understand animals better than any other class of human creatures. I have a very animal mind, and I've been identified with him during my entire professional career as a showman, more especially bears, wolves, leopards, and serpents. The leopard is as lively an animal as I've ever come into contact with. It is true he cannot change his spots, but you can change him for him with a paintbrush, as I once did in the case of a leopard who wasn't naturally spotted in an attractive manner. In exhibiting him, I used to stir him up in his cage with a protracted pole, and for the purpose of making him yell and kick up in a leopardy manner, I used to occasionally whack him over the head. This would make the children inside the booth scream with fright, which would make fathers of families outside the booth very anxious to come in, because there is a large class of parents who have an uncontrollable passion for taking their children to places where they will stand a chance of being frightened to death. One day I whacked this leopard more than usual, which elicited a remonstrance from a tall gentleman in spectacles, who said, "My good man, do not beat the poor caged animal, rather fondle him." "I'll fondle him with a club," I answered, hitting him another whack. "I prithee desist," said the gentleman. "Stand aside, and see the effect of kindness. I understand the idiosyncrasies of these creatures better than you do." With that he went up to the cage, and thrusting his face in between the iron bars, he said soothingly, "Come hither, pretty creature." The pretty creature come hither rather speedy, and seized the gentleman by the whiskers, which he tore off about enough to stuff a small cushion with. He said, "You vagabond, I'll have you indicted for exhibiting dangerous and immoral animals." I replied, "Gentle sir, there isn't an animal here that hasn't a beautiful moral, but you mustn't fondle them. You mustn't meddle with their idiosyncrasies." The gentleman was a dramatic cricket, and he wrote a article for a paper in which he said my entertainment was a decided failure. As regards bears, you can teach 'em to do interesting things, but they're unreliable. I had a very large grizzly bear once, who would dance and larf and lay down and bow his head in grief and give a mournful wail, etc. But he often annoyed me. It will be remembered that on the occasion of the first battle of Bull Run, it suddenly occurred to the Federal soldiers that they had business in Washington which ought not to be neglected, and they all started for that beautiful and romantic city, maintaining a rate of speed during the entire distance that would have done credit to the celebrated French steed Gladiateur. Very naturally, our government was deeply grieved at this defeat, and I said to my bear shortly after, as I was giving an exhibition in Ohio, I said, "Bruin, are you not sorry the national arms has sustained a defeat?" His business was to wail dismal and bow his head down. The band, a barrel organ and a violin, playing slow and melancholy music. What did the grizzly old cuss do, however, but commence dancing and larfing in the most joyous manner. I had a narrow escape from being imprisoned for disloyalty. End of section 25, The Tower of London and Science and Natural History by Artemus Ward. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Section 26 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Smith. Dislikes by Oliver Wendell Holmes. I want it to be understood that I consider that a certain number of persons are at liberty to dislike me peremptorily, without showing cause, and that they give no offense whatsoever in so doing. If I did not cheerfully acquiesce in this sentiment towards myself on the part of others, I should not feel at liberty to indulge my own aversions. I try to cultivate a Christian feeling to all my fellow creatures, but inasmuch as I must also respect truth and honesty, I confess to myself a certain number of inalienable dislikes and prejudices, some of which may possibly be shared by others. Some of these are purely instinctive. For others I can assign a reason. Our likes and dislikes play so important a part in the order of things that it is well to see on what they are founded. There are persons I meet occasionally who are too intelligent by half for my liking. They know my thoughts beforehand, and they tell me what I was going to say. Of course, they are masters of all my knowledge and a good deal besides. have read all the books I have read, and in later editions, have had all the experiences I have been through, and more too. In my private opinion, every mother's son of them will lie at any time rather than confess ignorance. I have a kind of dread, rather than hatred, of persons with a large excess of vitality, great feeders, great laughers, great storytellers, who come sweeping over their company with a huge tidal wave of animal spirits and boisterous merriment. I have pretty good spirits myself, and enjoy a little mild pleasantry. But I am oppressed and extinguished by these great, lusty, noisy creatures, and feel as if I were a mute at a funeral when they get into full blast. I cannot get along much better with those drooping, languid people whose vitality falls short as much as that of the others is in excess. I have not enough life for two. I wish I had. It is not very enlivening to meet a fellow creature whose expression and accents say, "You are the hair that breaks a camel's back of my endurance. You are the last drop that makes my cup of woe run over." Persons whose heads drop on one side like those of toothless infants, whose voices recall the tones in which our old snuffling choir used to wail out the versions of "Life is the time to serve the Lord." There is another style which does not captivate me. I recognize an attempt at the grand manner, now and then, in persons who are well enough in their own way, but of no particular importance, socially or otherwise. Some family tradition of wealth or distinction is apt to be at the bottom of it, and it survives all the advantages that used to set it off. I like family pride as well as my neighbors, and respect the high-born fellow citizen whose progenitors have not worked in their shirt sleeves for the last 2 generations full as much as I ought to. But, grand-père oblige, a person with a known grandfather is too distinguished to find it necessary to put on airs. The few royal princes I have happened to know were very easy people to get along with, and had not half the social knee-action I have often seen in the collapsed dowagers who lifted their eyebrows at me in my earlier years. My heart does not warm as it should do towards the persons not intimates, who are always too glad to see me when we meet by accident, and discover all at once that they have a vast deal to unbosom themselves of to me. There is one blameless person who I cannot love, and have no excuse for hating. It is the innocent fellow creature, otherwise inoffensive to me, whom I find I have involuntarily joined on turning a corner. I suppose the Mississippi, which was flowing quietly along, minding its own business, hates the Missouri for coming into it all at once with its muddy stream. I suppose the Missouri, in like manner, hates the Mississippi for diluting with its limpid but insipid current the rich reminiscences of the varied soil through which its own stream has wandered. I will not compare myself to the clear or the turbid current, but I will own that my heart sinks when I find all of a sudden I'm in for a corner confluence, and I cease loving my neighbor as myself until I can get away from him. End of Dislikes. Recording by Robert Smith.
Section 27 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Simon and Uncle Jim by Artemus Ward. Uncle Simon he clomb up a tree to see what he could see, when presently Uncle Jim clomb up beside of him and squatted down by he. End of Uncle Simon and Uncle Jim. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 28 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Scarab. The Little Mock Man by James Whitcomb Riley. The little mock man on the stairs, he mocks the ladies' horse at rares, at bicycles and things. He mocks the men's at rides 'em too, and mocks the movers driving through, and hollers, "Here's the way you do, with them air hitching strings." "Ho, ho," he'll say, old Settler's Day, when they're all joggling by. "You look like this," he'll say, and twist his mouth and squint his eye, and 'tend like he was beat the bass drum at both ends, and toots and blares, old dinner horn, and puffs his face, the little mock man on the stairs. The little mock man on the stairs mocks all the people all he cares that passes up and down. He mocks the chickens round the door, and mocks the girl that scrubs the floor, and mocks the rich, and mocks the poor, and everything in town. "Ho, ho," says he, to you or me, and if we turns and looks, he's all cross-eyed, and mouth all wide, like giants is in books. "Ho, ho," he yells, "look here at me," and rolls his fat eyes round and glares. "You look like this," he says he, the little mock man on the stairs. The little mock man on the stairs. He mocks the music box and clock, and roller sofa and the chairs. He mocks his pa and specs he wears. He mocks the man that picks the pears, and plums and peaches on the shares. He mocks the monkeys and the bears on picture bills, and rips and tears 'em down, and mocks just all he cares, and everybody ever wears. End of The Little Mock Man by James Whitcomb Riley. Recording by E. Scarab, Lexington, Kentucky.
Section 29 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. Mammy's Lullaby by Strickland W. Gilliland. Sleep, my little pigeon, don't you hear your mammy coo? Sunset still a shining in the west. Sky am full of windows and the stars am peeping through. Everything but mammy's lamb at rest. Swing 'em to this the east land, swing 'em to this the south. See that dove a-comin' with a olive in his mouth? Angel hops a-hummin', angel banjo strummin'. Sleep, my little pigeon, don't you hear your mammy coo? Cricket fiddle a-scrapin' off the rosin from his bow. Whip-poor-will a-moanin' on a log. Moon as pale as it can be a-risin' mighty slow, startled at the barkin' of the dog. Swing the baby east way, swing the baby west. Swing 'em to this the Southland where the melon grow the best. Angel singers singin', angel bells a-ringin'. Sleep, my little pigeon, don't you hear your mammy coo? Eyelids they's a-droopin' little lower all the while, under lip a-saggin' des a mite. Little baby toofy showin' sorter like a smile. Whiter than the snow, oh, they's is white. Swing 'em to this the Northland, swing 'em to this the East. Woolly cloud a-comin' for to wrap 'em in his fleece. Angel band a-playin', what that music sayin'? Sleep, my little pigeon, don't you hear your mammy coo? End of Mammy's Lullaby, recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Section 30 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Smith. My Sweetheart by Samuel Minturn Peck. Her height? Perhaps you'd deem her tall. To be exact, just 5'7". Her arching feet are not too small. Her gleaming eyes are bits of heaven. Slim are her hands, yet not too wee. I could not fancy useless fingers. Her hands are all that hands should be, and own a touch whose memory lingers. The hue that lights her oval cheeks recalls the pink that tints a cherry. Upon her chin a dimple speaks a disposition blithe and merry. Her laughter ripples like a brook, its sound a heart of stone would soften. Though sweetness shines in every look, her laugh is never loud nor often. Though golden locks have won renown with bards, I never heed their raving. The girl I love hath locks of brown, not tightly curled, but gently waving. Her mouth, perhaps you'd term it large, is firmly moulded, full and curving. Her quiet lips are Cupid's charge, but in the cause of truth unswerving. Though little of her neck is seen, that little is both smooth and sightly, and fair as marble is its sheen above her bodice gleaming whitely. Her nose is just the proper size, without a trace of upward turning. Her shell-like ears are wee and wise, the tongue of scandal ever spurning. In mirth and woe her voice is low, her calm demeanor never fluttered. Her every accent seems to go straight to one's heart as soon as uttered. She ne'er coquettes as others do, her tender heart would never let her. Where does she dwell? I would I knew. As yet, alas, I've never met her. End of My Sweetheart. Recording by Robert Smith.
Section 31 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James O'Connor. The Auto Rubaiyat by Reginald Wright Kauffman. Move, or the devil red who puts to flight whate'er's before him to the left or right, will toss you high as heaven when he strikes your poor clay carcass with his master might. As the cock crows, the fiends who stand before the starting point amid the stream's wild roar shake hands, make wills, and duly are confessed, lest once departed they return no more. For whether towards Madrid or Washington, whether by steam or gasoline they run, pedestrians keep getting in their way, chauffeurs are being slaughtered one by one. A new fool's every minute born, you say. Yes, but where speeds the fool of yesterday? Beneath the road he sleeps, the autos roar close o'er his head, but cannot thrill his clay. Well, let him sleep, for what have ye to do with him, who this or anything pursue? So it takes swiftness. Let the children scream, or constables shout after, heed not you. O ye who anti-auto laws would make, and still insist upon the silly brake, get in and try a spin, and then you'll see how many fines you will impose and take. Ah, my beloved, fill the tank that cheers, nor heed the law's rebuke, the rabble's tears. Quick, for to-morrow you and I may be ourselves with yesterday's 7,000 years. A pair of goggles and a cap I trow, a stench, a roar, and my machine and thou, besides me going 90 miles an hour o'er turnpike road where paradise enow. Ah, love, could we successfully conspire against this sorry world for our desire, would we not shatter it to bits without so much of damage as a busted tire? With gasoline my fading life provide, and wash my body in it when I've died, and lay me shrouded in my cap and cape by some not autoless new speedway's side. Yon devil that goes pricking o'er the plain, how oft hereafter will she go again? How oft hereafter will she seek her prey, but seek, alas, for one of us in vain? And when, like her, O love, you come to take your morning spin for appetite's sweet sake, and pass the spot where I lay buried then, in memory of me fling wide the brake. End of the Auto Rubaiyat. Recording by James O'Connor, Randolph, Massachusetts, February 2011.
Section 32 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. The Two Ladies by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time, there were two ladies at a shop where gorgeous and expensive silks were temptingly displayed. "Only $6 a yard, madam," said the shopman to one of the ladies, as he held up the lustrous breadths in those tempting fan-shaped folds peculiar to shopmen. The lady hesitated, and looked dubiously at the silk, for she knew it was beyond her means. The shopman continued, "Very cheap at the price, and I only have this one dress pattern remaining. You will take it? Yes? Certainly, I will send it at once." The lady went away filled with deep regret, because she had squandered her money so foolishly, and wished she had been firm in her refusal to buy the goods. The other lady saw a similar silk. She felt it between her fingers, measured its width with her eye, then said impulsively, "Oh, that is just what I want. I will take 20 yards." No sooner was the silk cut off than the lady felt sharp twinges of remorse, for she knew she must pay for it with the money she had saved up for a new dining-room carpet. Morals? This fable teaches that the woman who deliberates is lost, and that we should think twice before we speak once. End of The Two Ladies.
Section 33 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by E. Scarab. The Diamond Wedding by Edmund Clarence Stedman. Oh, love, 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 what times were those, long ere the age of bells and bow, and Brussels lace and silken hose, when in the green Arcadian close you married Psyche under the rose, with only the grass for bedding. Heart to heart and hand to hand, you followed nature's sweet command, running lovingly through the land, nor sighed for a diamond wedding. So have we read in classic Ovid how Hero watched for her beloved, impassioned youth Leander. She was the fairest of the fair, and wrapped him with her golden hair, whenever he landed cold and bare, with nothing to eat and nothing to wear, and wetter than any gander. For love was love, and better than money, the slyer the theft, the sweeter the honey, and kissing was clover all the world over, wherever Cupid might wander. So thousands of years have come and gone, and still the moon is shining on, still Hymen's torch is lighted. And hitherto in this land of the West, most couples in love have thought it best to follow the ancient way of the rest, and quietly get united. But now, true love, you're growing old, bought and sold, with silver and gold, like a house, or a horse and carriage. Midnight talks, moonlight walks, the glance of the eye and sweetheart's sigh, the shadowy haunts with no one by. I do not wish to disparage, but every kiss has a price for its bliss in the modern code of marriage, and the compact suite is not complete till the high contracting parties meet before the altar of Mammon, where pearls and rubies fall in a shower that would frighten Jupiter Ammon. I need not tell how it befell, since Jenkins has told the story over and over and over again, in a style I cannot hope to attain, and covered himself with glory. How it befell one summer's day, the king of the Cubans strolled this way, King January's his name they say, and fell in love with the Princess May, the reigning belle of Manhattan, nor how he began to smirk and sue, and dress his lovers to come to woo, or as Max Maritzek and Julian do, when they sit full bloomed in the lady's view, and flourish the wondrous baton. He wasn't one of your Polish nobles, whose presence their country somehow troubles, and so our cities receive them, nor one of your make-believe Spanish grandees, who ply our daughters with lies and candies until the poor girls believe them. No, he was no such charlatan, Count de Hoboken flash in the pan, full of gasconade and bravado, but a regular, rich Don Rataplan, Santa Claus de la Muscovado, Signor Grandissimo Bastinado. His was the rental of half Havana, and all Matanzas and Santa Ana, rich as he was, could hardly hold a candle to light the mines of gold our Cuban owned, choke full of diggers, and broad plantations that in round figures were stocked with at least 5,000 niggers. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may, the Signor swore to carry the day, to capture the beautiful Princess May with his battery of treasure. Velvet and lace she should not lack, Tiffany, Hofwout, ball and black, Ginin and Stewart his suit should back, and come and go at her pleasure. Jet and lava, silver and gold, garnets, emeralds rare to behold, diamonds, sapphires, wealth untold, all were hers to have and hold, enough to fill a peck measure. He didn't bring all his forces on at once, but like a crafty old Don, who many at heart has fought and won, kept bidding a little higher. And every time he made his bid, and what she said and all they did, 'twas written down for the good of the town by Jeems of the Daily Flyer. A coach and horses you'd think would buy for the Don an easy victory, but slowly our princess yielded. A diamond necklace caught her eye, but a wealth of pearls first made her sigh. She knew the worth of each maiden glance, and like young colts that curvet and prance, she led the Don to a deuce of a dance, in spite of the wealth he wielded. She stood such a fire of silks and laces, jewels and gold dressing cases, and ruby brooches, and jets and pearls, that every one of her dainty curls brought the price of 100 common girls. Folks thought the last demented, but at last a wonderful diamond ring, an infant Kohinoor did the thing, and sign with love, or something the same. What's in a name? The Princess May consented. Ring, ring the bells, and bring the people to see the marrying. Let the gaunt and hungry and ragged poor throng round the great cathedral door, to wonder what all the hubbub's for, and sometimes stupidly wonder at so much sunshine and brightness which fall from the church upon the rich, while the poor get all the thunder. Ring, ring, merry bells, ring! O fortunate few, with letters blue, good for a seat and an ear view, fortunate few, whom I dare not name, dilettante, creme de la creme. We commoners stood by the street facade and caught a glimpse of the cavalcade. We saw the bride in diamond pride, with jeweled maidens to guard her side. 6 lustrous maidens in tarlatan, she led the van of the caravan. Close behind her, her mother, dressed in gorgeous moire antique, that told as plainly as words could speak, she was more antique than the other, leaned on the arm of Don Rataplan, Santa Claus de la Muscovado, Signor Grandissimo Bastinado. Happy mortal, fortunate man, and Marquis of El Dorado. In they swept, all riches and grace, silks and satins, jewels and lace. In they swept from the dazzled sun, and soon in the church the deed was done. 3 prelates stood on the chancel high, a knot that gold and silver can buy, gold and silver may yet untie, unless it is tightly fastened. What's worth doing at all's worth doing well, and the sale of a young Manhattan belle is not to be pushed or hastened. So 2 very reverends graced the scene, and the tall archbishop stood between, by prayer and fasting chastened. The Pope himself would have come from Rome, but Garibaldi kept him at home. Haply those robed prelates thought their words were the power that tied the knot, but another power that love knot tied, and I saw the chain round the neck of the bride, a glistening, priceless, marvelous chain, coiled with diamonds again and again, as befits a diamond wedding. Yet still was a chain, and I thought she knew it, and halfway longed for the will to undo it, by the secret tears she was shedding. But isn't it odd to think, whenever we all go through that terrible river, whose sluggish tide alone can sever, the Archbishop says, the Church decree, by floating one into eternity, and leaving the other alive as ever. As each wades through that ghastly stream, the satins that rustle and gems that gleam will grow pale and heavy and sink away to the noisome river's bottom clay. Then the costly bride and her maiden 6 will shiver upon the banks of the Styx, quite as helpless as they were born, naked souls and very forlorn. The princess then must shift for herself and lay her royalty on the shelf. She and the beautiful empress yonder, whose robes are now the wide world's wonder, and even ourselves and our dear little wives, who calico wear each morn of their lives, and the sewing girls, and les chiffoniers, and rags and hunger, a gaunt array, and all the grooms of the caravan. Aye, even the great Don Rataplan, Santa Claus de la Muscovado, Signor Grandissimo Bastinado, that gold-encrusted fortunate man. All will land in naked equality, The lord of a ribboned principality will mourn the loss of his cordon. Nothing to eat and nothing to wear will certainly be the fashion there. 10 to 1 and I'll go it alone. Those most used to a rag and a bone, though here on earth they labor and groan, will stand it best as they wade abreast to the other side of Jordan. End of The Diamond Wedding by Edmund Clarence Stedman. Recording by E. Scarab, Lexington, Kentucky.
Section 34 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. An Arkansas Planter by Opie Reed. Slowly and heavily the Major walked out upon the veranda. He stood upon the steps leading down into the yard, and he saw Louise afar off, standing upon the river's yellow edge. She had thrown her hat upon the sand, and she stood with her hands clasped upon her brown head. A wind blew down the stream, and the water lapped at her feet. The Major looked back into the library, at the door wherein Pennington had stood, and sighed with relief upon finding that he was gone. He looked back toward the river. The girl was standing along the shore, meditatively swinging her hat. He stepped to the corner of the house, and gazing down the road saw Pennington on a horse, now sitting straight, now bending low over the horn of the saddle. The old gentleman had a habit of making a sideward motion with his hand, as if he would put all unpleasant thoughts behind him, and now he made the motion not only once, but many times, and it seemed that his thoughts would not obey him, for he became more imperative in his pantomimic demand. At one corner of the large yard, where the smooth ground broke off into a steep slope to the river, there stood a small office built of brick. It was the Major's executive chamber, and thither he directed his steps. Inside this place his laugh was never heard. At the door his smile always faded. In this commercial sanctuary were enforced the exactions that made the plantation thrive. Outside, in the yard, in the big house, elsewhere under the sky, a plea of distress might moisten his eyes and soften his heart to his own financial disadvantage, but under the moss-grown shingles of the office all was business, hard, uncompromising. It was told in the neighborhood that once, in this inquisition of affairs, he demanded the last cent possessed by a widowed woman, but that, while she was on her way home, he overtook her, graciously returned the money, and magnanimously tore to pieces a mortgage that he held against her small estate. Just as he entered the office, there came across the yard a loud and impatient voice. "Here, Bill, confound you, come and take this horse. Don't you hear me, you idiot? You infernal niggers are getting to be so no account that the last one of you ought to be driven off the place. Trot, confound you. Here, take this horse to the stable and feed him. Where is the Major? In the office? The devil he is." Toward the office slowly strode old Gideon Batts, fanning himself with his white slouch hat. He was short, fat, and bald. He was bow-legged with a comical squat. His eyes stuck out like the eyes of a swamp frog. His nose was enormous, shapeless, and red. To the Major's family he traced the dimmest line of kinship. During 20 years he had operated a small plantation that belonged to the Major, and he was always at least 6 years behind with his rent. He had married the widow Martin, and afterwards swore that he had been disgracefully deceived by her, that he had expected much, but had found her moneyless, and after this he had but small faith in women. His wife died, and he went into contented mourning, and out of gratitude to his satisfied melancholy, swore that he would pay his rent, but failed. Upon the Major he held a strong hold, and this was a puzzle to his neighbors. Their characters stood at fantastic and whimsical variance, one never in debt, the other never out of debt, one clamped by honor, the other feeling not its restraining pinch. But together they would ride abroad, laughing upon the road. To Mrs. Cransford old Gid was a pest. With the shrewd digs of a woman, the bloodletting side stabs of her sex, she had often shown her disapproval of the strong favor in which the Major held him. She vowed that her husband had gathered many an oath from Gid's swollen store of execration, when in truth Gid had been an apt pupil under the Major, and she had hoped that the Major's attachment to the church would of necessity free him from the humiliating association with the old sinner. But it did not, for they continued to ride abroad, laughing along the road. Like a skittish horse, old Gid shied at the office door. Once he had crossed that threshold, and it had cost him a crop of cotton. "How are you, John?" was Gid's salutation as he edged off, still fanning himself. "How are you, sir?" was the Major's stiff recognition of the fact that Gid was on earth. "Getting hotter, I believe, John." "I presume it is, sir." The Major sat with his elbow resting on a desk, and about him were stacked threatening bundles of papers, and old Gid knew that in these commercial romances he himself was a familiar character. "Are you busy, John?" "Yes, but you may come in." "No, I thank you. I don't believe I've got time." "Then take time. I want to talk to you. Come in." "No, not today, John. Fact is, I'm not feeling very well. Head's all stopped up with a cold, and these summer colds are awful, I tell you. It was a summer cold that took my father off." "How's your cotton in that low strip along the bayou?" "Tolerable, John, tolerable." "Come in. I want to talk to you about it." "Don't believe I can stand the air in there, John. Head all stopped up. Don't believe I'm going to live very long." "Nonsense. You are as strong as a buck." "You may think so, John, but I'm not. I thought father was strong too, but a summer cold got him. I am getting along in years, John, and I find that I have to take care of myself. But if you really want to talk to me about that piece of cotton, come out where it's cool." The Major shoved back his papers and arose, but hesitated, and Gid stood looking on, fanning himself. The Major stepped out, and Gid's face was split asunder with a broad smile. "Gad, I've been uptown and had a set to with old Bauckham and the rest of them. Pulled up 50 winner at poker and jumped. Devilish glad to see you. Miss you every minute of the time I'm away. Let's go over here and sit down on that bench." They walked toward a bench under a live oak tree, and upon Gid's shoulder the Major's hand affectionately rested. They halted to laugh, and old Gid shoved the Major away from him, then seized him and drew him back. They sat down, still laughing, But suddenly the major became serious. "Gid, I'm in trouble," he said. "Nonsense, my boy. There is no such thing as trouble. Throw it off. Look at me. I've had enough of what the world calls trouble to kill a dozen ordinary men. But just look at me, getting stronger every day. Throw it off. What is it anyway?" "Louise declares that she is going to marry Pennington." "What?" old Gid exclaimed, turning with a bouncing flounce and looking straight at the major. "Marry Pennington? Why, she shan't, John. That's all there is of it. We object, and that settles it. Why, what the deuce can she be thinking about?" "Thinking about him," the major answered. "Yes, but she must quit it. Why, it's outrageous for as sensible a girl as she is to think of marrying that fellow. You leave it to me. Hear what I said? Leave it to me." This suggested shift of responsibility did not remove the shadow of sadness that had fallen across the major's countenance. "You leave it to me, and I'll give her a talk she'll not forget. I'll make her understand that she's a queen, and a woman is pretty devilish skittish about marrying anybody when you convince her that she's a queen. What does your wife say about it?" "She hasn't said anything. She's out visiting, and I haven't seen her since Louise told me of her determination to marry him." "Don't say determination, John. Say foolish notion. But it's all right." "No, it's not all right." "What, have you failed to trust me? Is it possible that you have lost faith in me?" "Don't do that, John, for if you do, it will be a never-failing source of regret. You don't seem to remember what my powers of persuasion have accomplished in the past. When I was in the legislature, chairman of the Committee on County and County Lines, what did my protest do? It kept them from cutting off a 10-foot strip of this county and adding it to Jefferson. You must remember those things, John, for in the factors of persuasion lie the shaping of human life. I've been riding in the hot sun, and I think that a mint julep would hit me now just about where I live. Say there, Bill, bring us some mint, sugar, and whiskey, and cold water, mind you." "Ah," said old Gideon, sipping his scented drink, "virtue may become wearisome, and we may gape during the most fervent prayer, but I gad, John, there is always the freshness of youth in a mint julep. Pour just a few more drops of liquor into mine, if you please. Want it to wrastle me a trifle, you know. Recollect those Come All Ye songs we used to sing going down the river? Remember the time I snatched the sword out of my cane and lunged at a horse trader from Tennessee? Scoundrel grabbed it and broke it off, and it was all I could do to keep him from establishing a close and intimate relationship with me. Great old days, John, and I gad they'll never come again." "I remember it all, Gid, and it was along there that you fell in love with the woman that lived at Mortimer's Bend." "Easy now, John. A trifle more liquor, if you please. Thank you. Yes, I used to call her the wild plum. Sweet thing, and I had no idea that she was married until her lout of a husband came down to the landing with a double-barreled gun. Ah, Lord, if she had been single and worth money, I could have made her very happy. Fate hasn't always been my friend, John." "Possibly not, Gid, but you know that fate, to be just, should divide her favors, and this time she leaned toward the woman." "Slow, John. I'gad, there's your wife." A carriage drew up at the yard gate, and a woman stepped out. She did not go into the house, but seeing the major, came toward him. She was tall, with large black eyes and very gray hair. In her step was suggested the pride of an old Kentucky family, belles, judges, and generals. She smiled at the major and bowed stiffly at old Gid. The two men arose. "Thank you, I don't care to sit down," she said. "Where is Louise?" "I saw her down by the river just now," the major answered. "I wish to see her at once," said his wife. "Shall I go and call her, madam?" Gid asked. She gave him a look of surprise and answered, "No, I thank you." "No trouble, I assure you," Gid persisted. "I am pleased to say that age has not affected my voice, except to mellow it with more of reverence when I address the wife of a noble man and the mother of a charming girl." She had dignity, but humor was never lost upon her, and she smiled. This was encouraging, and old Gid proceeded. "I was just telling the major of my splendid prospects for a bountiful crop this year, and I feel that with this blessing of Providence I shall soon be able to meet all my obligations. I saw our rector, Mr. Mills, this morning, and he spoke of how thankful I ought to be. He had just passed my bayou field, and I told him that I would not only assert my gratitude, but I would prove it with a substantial donation to the church at the end of the season." In the glance which she gave him there was refined and gentle contempt, and then she looked down on the decanter of whiskey. Old Gideon drew down the corners of his mouth, as was his wont when he strove to excite compassion. "Yes," he said, with a note of pity forced upon his voice, "I am exceedingly thankful for all the blessings that have come to me, but I haven't been very well of late, rather feeble today, and the kind major, noticing it, insisted upon my taking a little liquor, the medicine of our sturdy and gallant fathers, madam." The major sprawled himself back with a roaring laugh, and hereupon Gid added, "It takes the major a long time to get over a joke. Told him one just now, and it tickled him mighty nigh to death. Well, I must be going now, and madam, if I should chance to see anything of your charming daughter, I will tell her that you desire a conference with her. William," he called, "my horse, if you please." The major's wife went into the house as Bats came up, glancing back at him as she passed through the door, and in her eyes there was nothing as soft as a tear. The old fellow winced, as he nearly always did when she gave him a direct look. "Are you all well?" Gideon asked, lifting the tails of his long coat and seating himself in a rocking chair. "First rate," the major answered, drawing forward another rocker, and when he had sat down, he added, "Somewhat of an essence of November in the air." "Yes," Gid asserted. "Felt it in my joints before I got up this morning." From his pocket he took a plug of tobacco. "I thought you'd given up chewing," said the major. "Last time I saw you, I understood you to say that you had thrown your tobacco away." "I did, John, but gad, I watched pretty close where I threw it. Fellow over here gave me some stuff that he said would cure me of the appetite, and I took it until I was afraid it would, then threw it away. I find that when a man quits tobacco, he hasn't anything to look forward to. I quit for 3 days once, and on the third day, about the time I got up from the dinner table, I asked myself, 'Well, now, got anything to come next?' And all I could see before me was hours of hankering, and gad, I slapped a Negro boy on a horse and told him to gallop over to the store and fetch me a hunk of tobacco. And after I broke my resolution, I thought I'd have a fit there in the yard waiting for that boy to come back. I don't believe that it's right for a man to kill any appetite that the Lord has given him. Of course, I don't believe in the abuse of a good thing, but it's better to abuse it a little sometimes than not to have it at all. If virtue consists in deadening the nervous system to all pleasurable influences, why, you may just mark my name off the list. There was old man Haskell. I sat up with him the night after he died, and one of the men with me was harping on the great life the old fellow had lived. Never chewed, never smoked, never was drunk, never gambled, never did anything except to stand still and be virtuous. And I couldn't help but feel that he had lost nothing by dying. End of An Arkansas Planter by Opie Reed. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Section 35 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. The Two Young Men by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time, there were two young men of promising capabilities. One pursued no especial branch of education, but contented himself with a smattering of many different arts and sciences, exhibiting a moderate proficiency in each. When he came to make a choice of some means of earning a livelihood, he found he was unsuccessful, for he had no specialty, and every employer seemed to require an expert in his line. The other, from his earliest youth, bent all his energies toward learning to play the piano. He studied at home and abroad with greatest masters, and he achieved wonderful success. But as he was about to begin his triumphant and profitable career, he had the misfortune to lose both thumbs in a railway accident. Thus he was deprived of his intended means of earning a living, and as he had no other accomplishment, he was forced to subsist on charity. Morals? This fable teaches that a jack of all trades is master of none, and that it is not well to put all our eggs in one basket. End of The Two Young Men. Section 36 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. The Two Housewives by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were two housewives who must needs go to market to purchase the day's supplies. One of them, who was of a dilatory nature, said, "I will not hurry myself, for I doubt not the market contains plenty for all who come." She therefore sauntered forth at her leisure, and on reaching the market she found to her dismay that the choicest cuts and the finest produce had all been sold, and there remained for her only the inferior meats and some withered vegetables. The other, who was one of the hustling, wide-awake sort, said, "I will bestir myself betimes, and hasten to market, that I may take my pick ere my neighbors appear on the scene." She did so, and when she reached the market she discovered that the fresh produce had not yet arrived, and she must content herself with the remnants of yesterday's stock. Morals. This fable teaches that the early bird gets the worm, and that there are always as good fish in the sea as ever were caught. End of The Two Housewives.
Section 37 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Philistia by Bliss Carman. Of all the places on the map, some queer and others queerer, Arcadia is dear to me, Philistia is dearer. There dwell the few who never knew the pangs of heavenly hunger, as fresh and fair and fond and frail as when the world was younger. If there is any sweeter sound than bobolinks or thrushes, it is the frou-frou of their silks, the roll of their barouches. I love them even when they're good, as well as when they're sinners, when they are sad and worldly wise, and when they are beginners. I say I do, of course the fact, for better or for worse, is, my unerratic love denies my too erotic verses. I dote upon their waywardness, their foibles and their follies. If there's a madder pate than Di's, perhaps it may be Dolly's. They have no problems to discuss, no theories to discover. They are not new, and I am their very grateful lover. I care not if their minds confuse Alastor with Aladdin, and Cimabue is far less to them than Chimmy Fadden. They never heard of William Blake, nor saw a Botticelli, yet one is, yours till death, Louise, and one, your loving Nellie. They never tease me for my views, nor tax me with my grammar, nor test me on the latest news until I have to stammer. They never talk about their moods, they never know they have them. The world is good enough for them, and that is why I love them. They never puzzle me with Greek, nor drive me mad with Ibsen, yet over forms as fair as Eve's they wear the gowns of Gibson. End of In Philistia. Recording by Trisha G.
Section 38 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Smith. The Dying Gag by James L. Ford. There was an affecting scene on the stage of a New York theater the other night. A scene invisible to the audience and not down on the bills, but one far more touching and pathetic than anything enacted before the footlights that night, although it was a minstrel company that gave the entertainment. It was a wild, blustering night, and the wind howled mournfully around the street corners, blinding the pedestrians with the clouds of dust that it caught up from the gutters and hurled into their faces. Old man Sweeney, the stage doorkeeper, dozing in his little glazed box, was awakened by a sudden gust that banged the stage door and then went howling along the corridor, almost extinguishing the gas jets and making the minstrels shiver in their dressing rooms. "What? You here tonight?" exclaimed old man Sweeney, as a frail figure, muffled up in a huge ulster, staggered through the doorway and stood leaning against the wall, trying to catch his breath. "Yes, I felt that I couldn't stay away from the footlights tonight. They tell me I'm old and worn out and had better take a rest, but I'll go on till I drop." And with a hollow cough, the old gag plodded slowly down the dim and draughty corridor and sank wearily on a sofa in the big dressing room, where the other gags and conundrums were awaiting their cues. "Poor old fellow," said one of them sadly. "He can't hold out much longer." "He ought not to go on except at matinees," replied another veteran, who was standing in front of the mirror trimming his long silvery beard, and just then an attendant came in with several basins of gruel, and the old jests tucked napkins under their chins and sat down to partake of a little nourishment before going on. The bell tinkled and the entertainment began. One after another the jokes and conundrums heard their cues, went on, and returned to the dressing room, for they all had to go on again in the afterpiece. The house was crowded to the dome, and there was scarcely a dry eye in the vast audience as one after another of the old quips and jests that had been treasured household words in many a family came on and then disappeared to make room for others of their kind. As the evening wore on, the whisper ran through the theater that the old gag was going on that night, perhaps for the last time. And many an eye grew dim, many a pulse beat quicker at the thought of listening once more to that hoary jest, about whose head were clustered so many sacred memories. Meanwhile, the old gag was sitting in his corner of the dressing-room, his head bowed on his breast, his gruel untasted on the tray before him. The other gags came and went, but he heeded them not. His thoughts were far away. He was dreaming of old days, of his early struggles for fame, and of his friends and companions of years ago. Where are they now? He asked himself sadly. Some are wanderers on the face of the earth, in comic operas. 2 of them found ignoble graves in the tourists' company. Others are sleeping beneath the daisies in Harper's editor's drawer. "You're called, sir." The old gag awoke from his reverie, started to his feet, and, throwing aside his heavy ulster, staggered to the entrance and stood there patiently waiting for his cue. "You're hardly strong enough to go on tonight," said a merry jest, touching him kindly on the arm. But the gray-bearded one shook him off, saying hoarsely, "Let be, let be. I must read those old lines once more. It may be for the last time." And now a solemn hush fell upon the vast audience as a sad-faced minstrel uttered in tear-compelling accents the most pathetic words in all the literature of minstrelsy. "And so you say, Mr. Johnson, that all the people on the ship were perishing of hunger, and yet you are eating fried eggs? How do you account for that?" For one moment a death-like silence prevailed. Then the old gag stepped forward, and in clear, ringing tones replied, "The ship lay to, and I got one." A wild, heart-rending sob came from the audience and relieved the tension as the old gag staggered back into the entrance and fell into the friendly arms that were waiting to receive him. Sobbing conundrums bore him to a couch in the dressing-room. Weeping jokes strove in vain to bring back the spark of life to his inanimate form, but all to no avail. The old gag was dead. End of The Dying Gag by James L. Ford. Read by Dennis Smith.
Section 39 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In Elizabeth's Day by Wallace Rice. Who would not give the treasure of very many lives, if some kind fate would pleasure to let him be where Ben is, a playing kid at tennis, or playing Will at fives? The racket ne'er so deftly is turned, whoever strives, the ball flies ne'er so swiftly as thought and tongue where Ben is, a playing kid at tennis, or playing Will at fives. End of In Elizabeth's Day. Recording by James O'Connor. Randolph, Massachusetts, February, 2011.
Section number 40 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. The Two Automobilists by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were 2 young men, each of whom bought an automobile. One young man, being of a bold and audacious nature, said, "I will make my machine go so fast that I will break all previous records." Accordingly, he did so, and he flew through the small town like a red dragon pursuing his prey. Unheeding all obstacles in his mad career, his automobile ran into a wall of rock and was dashed to pieces. Also, the young man was killed. The other young man, being of a timorous and careful disposition, started off with great caution and rode at a slow pace, pausing now and then, lest he might run into something. The result was that 2 automobiles and an ice wagon ran into him from behind, spoiling his car and killing the cautious young man. Morals? This fable teaches us the more haste, the less speed, and delays are dangerous. End of The 2 Automobilists.
Section 41 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The New Version by W. J. Lambton. Reading by Marty Chris. A soldier of the Russians lay japaned at Church-Vikiskevich. There was a lack of women's nursing and other comforts which might add to his last moments and smooth the final lay. But a comrade stood beside him to hear what he might say. The japaned Russian faltered, and he took that comrade's hand, and he said, I never more shall see my own native land. Take a message and a token to some distant friends of mine, for I was born in Zimnir-Zerzusk-Grushki, fair Zimnir-Zerzusk-Grushki, on the Erkstriv Kimenov. End of The New Version. Reading by Marty Chris.
Section 42 of the Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Southern Sketches by Bill Arp. Jim Alcorn. I was only thinking how much better it is to be in a lively humor than to be going about like a disappointed office seeker. Good humor is a blessed thing in a family and smooths down a heap of trouble. I never was mad but a few times in my life, and then I wasn't mad long. Folks thought I was mad when I fought Jim Alcorn, but I wasn't. I never had any grudge agin Jim. He had never done me any harm. But I could hear of his saying around in the neighborhood that Bill Arp had played cock of the walk long enough. So one day I went over to Chulio Court Ground to joke with the boys, and sure enough Jim was there, and I soon perceived that the devil was in him. He had never been whipped by anybody in the district, and he outweighed me by about 15 pounds. A drink or two had made him sassy, and so he commenced walking around first to one crowd and then to another, daring anybody to fight him. He would pint to his forehead and say, I'll give anybody $5 to hit that. I was standing talking to Frank Eyre and John Johnson, and as nobody took up Jim's offer, thinks, says I to myself, if he comes round here a-hunting for a fight, he shall have one, by golly. If he dares me to hit him, I'll do it if it's the last lick I ever strike on this side of Jordan. Frank Eyre looked at me, and seemed to know what I was a-thinking, and says he, Bill, jest let Alcorn alone. He's too big for you, and besides, there ain't nothing to fight about. By this time Jim was making right towards us. I put myself in position, and by the time he got to us, Every muscle in my body was strung as tight as a banjo. I was worked up powerful, and felt like I could whip a camp meeting of wildcats. Sure enough, Jim stepped up defiantly, and looking me right in the eye, says he, "I dare anybody to hit that," and he touched his knuckles to his forehead. He had barely straightened before I took him right in the left eye with a sock dolager that popped him like a wagon whip. It turned him half round, and as quick as lightning I let him have another on the right temple, and followed it up with a leap that sprawled him as flat as a foot mat. I knowed my customer, and I never give him time to rally. If ever a man was diligent in business, it was me. I took him so hard and so fast in the eyes with my fists, and in his bread-basket with my knees, that he didn't have a chance to see or to breathe, and he was the worst whipped man in 2 minutes I ever seed in my life. When he hollered, I helped him up and brushed the dirt off his clothes, and he was as humble as a dead nigger and as sober as a Presbyterian preacher. We took a dram on the strength of it, and was always good friends afterwards. But I didn't start to tell you about that. Jim Perkins, cousin of Eli. I just wanted to say that I wasn't mad with Jim Alcorn, as some people supposed, but it do illustrate the uncertainty of human calculations in this sublunary world. The disappointments of life are amazing, and if a man wants to fret and grumble at his luck, he can find a reasonable opportunity to do so every day that he lives. Them sort of constitutional grumblers ain't much company to me. I'd rather be Jim Perkins, with a bullet hole through me, and take my chances. Jim, you know, was shot down at Gaines' Mill, and the ball went in at the umbilicus, as Dr. Batty called it, and come out at the backbone. The doctor sounded him, and says he, "Jeems, my friend, your wound is mortal." Jim looked at the doctor, and then at me, and says he, "That's bad, ain't it?" "Mighty bad," says I, and I was as sorry for him as I ever was for anybody in my life. Says he, "Bill, I'd make a will if it warn't for one thing." "What's that, Jim?" says I. He sorter smiled and says, "I hain't got nothing to will." He then raised up on his elbow, and says he, "Doctor, is there one chance in 100 for me?" And the doctor says, "Just about, Jim." "Well, then," says he, "I'll get well. I feel it in my gizzard." He looked down at the big hole in his umbilicus, and says he, "If I do get well, won't it be a great naval victory, Dr. Batty?" Well, sure enough, he did get well, and in 2 months he was fighting the Yanks away up in Maryland. But I didn't start to tell you about that. Ike McCoy. I jest stuck it in by way of illustrating the good effects of keeping up one's spirits. My motto has always been to never say die, as General Nelson said at the Battle of Madagascar, or some other big river. All things considered, I've had a power of good luck in my life. I don't mean money luck by no means, for most of my life I've been so dead poor that Lazarus would have been considered a note shaver compared with me. But I've been in a heap of close places, and somehow always come out right side up with cure. Speaking of luck, I don't know that I ever told you about that wrastle I had with Ike McCoy at Bob Hyde's barbecue. You see, Ike was perhaps the best wrastler in all Cherokee, and he just hankered after a chance to break a bone or two in my body. Now, you know, I never hunted for a fight, nor a fuss in my life, but I never dodged one. I didn't want a tilt with Ike, for my opinion was that he was the best man of the two, but I never said anything, and just trusted to luck. We was both at the barbecue, and he put on a heap of airs and strutted around with his shirt collar open clean down to his waist, and his hat cocked on one side, as sassy as a Confederate quartermaster. He took a dram or two, and stuffed himself full of fresh meat at dinner time. Purty soon it was narrated around that Ike was going to banter me for a wrastle, and sure enough he did. The boys were all up for some fun, and Ike hollered out, "I'll bet $10 I can paster the length of any man on the ground, and I'll give Bill Arp $5 to take up the bet." Of course, there was no getting around the like of that. The banter got my blood up, and so, without waiting for preliminaries, I shucked myself and went in. The boys was all powerfully excited, and was a-betting every dollar they could raise, and Bob Moore, the feller I had licked about a year before, jumped on a stump and said he had bet $20 to 10 that Ike would knock the breath out of me the first fall. I just walked over to him with the money and said, "I'll take that bet." The river was right close to the ring, and the bank was purty steep. I had on a pair of old breeches that had been seined in and dried so often they was about half rotten. When we hitched, Ike took good breeches hold and lifted me up and down a few times like I was a child. He was the heaviest, but I had the most spring in me, and so I just let him play around for some time, limber-like, until he suddenly took a notion to make short work of it by one of his back-leg movements. He drawed me up to his body and lifted me in the air with a powerful twist. Just at that minute his back was close to the river bank, and as my feet touched the ground, I give a tremendous jerk backwards, and a shove forwards, and my breeches busted plumb open on the back, and tore clean off in front, and he fell from me and tumbled into the water, kerchug, and went out of sight as clean as a mud turtle in a mill pond. Such hollerin' as them boys done I reckon never heard in them woods. I jumped in and helped Ike get out as he riz to the top. He had took in a quart or two of water on top of his barbecue, and he set on the bank and throwed up enough victuals to feed a pack of hounds for a week. When he got over it, he laughed and said Sally told him before he left home he'd better let Bill Arp alone, for nobody could run agin his luck. Ike always believed he would have throwed me if Britches Holt hadn't broke, and I reckon maybe he would. One thing is certain, it cured him of bragging, and that helps anybody. I never did like a bragging man. As a general thing, They ain't much account, and remind me of a dog I used to have named Caesar. Dogs. But I didn't start to tell you a dog story. Only now, since I've mentioned him, I must tell you a circumstance about C's. He was a middling-sized brute with fox ears and yaller spots over his eyes, and could outbark and outbrag all creation when he was inside the yard. If another dog was going along, he'd run up and down the palings and bark and take on like he'd give the world if that fence wasn't there. So one day, when he was showing off in that way, I caught him by the nape of his neck as he run by me, and just hasted him right over and drapped him. He struck the ground like an Injun rubber ball, and was back again on my side in a jiffy. If he had ever jumped that fence before, I didn't know it. The other dog run a quarter of a mile without stopping. Now, that's the way with some folks. If you want to hear war talk, just put a fence between 'em, and if you want it stopped, just take the fence away. Dogs is mighty like people anyhow. They've got character. Some of 'em are good, honest, trusty dogs that bark mighty little and bite at the right time. Some are good pluck, and will fight like the dickens when their masters is close by to back 'em, but ain't worth a cent by themselves. Some make it a business to make other dogs fight. You've seen those little fices a running round drawing and snapping when two big dogs come together. They're just as keen to get up a row and see a big dog fight as a store clerk or a shoemaker, and seem to enjoy it as much. And then there's them mean yaller-eyed bull terriers that don't care who they bite, so they bite somebody. They are no respecter of persons, and I never had much respect for a man who kept one on his premises. But of all mean, trifling, contemptible dogs in the world, the meanest of all is a country nigger's hound, one that will kill sheep, and suck eggs, and lick the skillet, and steal everything he can find, and try to do as nigh like his master as possible. Some dogs are philosophers, and study another dog's nature, just like folks study folks. It's amazing to see a town dog trot up to a country dog and interview him. How quick he finds out whether it will do to attack him or not. If the country dog shows fight, just notice the consequential dignity with which the town dog retires. He goes off like there was a sudden emergency of business a-calling him away. Town dogs sometimes combine agin a country dog, just like town boys try to run over country boys. I wish you could see Dr. Miller's dog Cartouche. He just lays in the piazzer all day, watching out for a stray dog, and as soon as he sees him, he goes for him, and he can tell in half a minute whether he can whip him or run him, and if he can, he does it instanter, and if he can't, he runs to the next yard where there's two more dogs that neighbor with him, and in a minute they all come a-tearing out together, and that country dog has to run or take a whipping, sure. I've seen Cartouche play that game many a time. These town pups remind me powerfully of small editors prowling around for news. In my opinion, they is the inventors of the interview business. Interviewers. If it ain't a doggish sort of business, I'm mistaken in my ideas of the proprieties of life. When a man gets into trouble, these sub-editors go for him right straight, and they force their curiosity away down into his heartstrings, and bore into his bosom with an auger as hard and as cold as chilled iron. Then away they go to scatter his feelings and secrets to the wide, wide world. You see, the poor feller can't help himself, for if he won't talk, they'll go off and slander him, and make the public believe he's done something mean and is ashamed to own it. I've knowed him to go into a dungeon and interview a man who didn't have 2 hours to live. Dot rot 'em. I wish one of 'em would try to interview me. If he didn't catch leather under his coat tail, it would be because he retired prematurely, that's all. But I like editors, sorter, especially some. I like them that is the guardians of sleeping liberty, and good morals, and public welfare, and sich like. But there's some kinds I don't like. Them what makes sensation a business, feeding the people on scandal and crime and gossip and private quarrels, and them what levies blackmail on politics and won't go for a man who won't pay 'em, and will go for a man that will. Them last watch for election times just like a sick frog waiting for rain. As Bill Nations used to say, I'd rather be a looniac and gnaw chains in an asylum than to be an editor that everybody feared and nobody respected. End of Southern Sketches by Bill Arp. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Section 43 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lawrence. The Two Businessmen by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time, two businessmen were each confronted with what seemed to be a fine chance to make money. One man, being of a cautious and prudent nature, said, "I will not take hold of this matter until I have carefully examined it in all its aspects and inquired into all its details." While he was thus occupied in a thorough investigation, he lost his chance of becoming a partner in the project, and as it proved to be a booming success, he was much chagrined. The other man, when he saw a golden opportunity looming up before him, embraced it at once without a preliminary question or doubt. But alas! after he had invested all his fortune in it, the scheme proved to be worthless, and he lost all his money. Morals. This fable teaches that you should strike while the iron is hot, and look before you leap. End of The Two Businessmen.
Section 44 of The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is presented by Mark Majersic. The Retort by George P. Morris. Old Nick, who taught the village school, wedded a maid of homespun habit. He was stubborn as a mule, she was playful as a rabbit. Poor Jane had scarce become a wife before her husband sought to make her the pink of country polished life, and prim and formal as a Quaker. One day the tutor went abroad, and simple Jenny sadly missed him. When he returned behind her lord, she slyly stole and fondly kissed him. The husband's anger rose, and red and white his face alternate grew. "Less freedom, ma'am!" Jane sighed and said, "Oh, dear, I didn't know 'twas you." This concludes The Retort by George P. Morris. This LibriVox recording was presented by Mark Majersic of Twinsburg, Ohio. This ends The Wit and Humor of America, Volume 3, edited by Marshall Pinckney Wilder.